Mic check, mic check. There we go. There we go. My mic is being a butt again. What's up? Oh, where am I? Where am I? Why's my face looking that way? Ah, there we go. What's up, people? People from the future. People in the present. It is almost Christmas. And you know what that means. It means it's not Christmas. And that means it's time for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles to continue. Oh, we've been just kind of on a hot... Every time we've left and come back, it's just like, oh, we're on a hot note, so let's hop right into it. And that's not going to change. Because things are continually intense. We found Judge Jigoku hiding out in his little briefcase. Trying to run away. I imagine he fended off Gregson in a bout of self-defense. So Jigoku's probably going to be guilty of that, but at the same time, he was about to be assassinated. Probably because he knows something about 10 years ago that, you know, somebody in this courtroom doesn't want people knowing about. Strong heart. But today we're going to be doing Investigation Part 1. Let's go. Yeah, no, this is Investigation Part 1. That was Trial Part 1 yesterday. That did not count as investigation, apparently.
Figured it was the investigation, but okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's go! Yo, what's up, Mina? Bringing the Hondabadon. The Team Hondabadon.
Are Hondabadon coming to Christmas?
Oh, Mina, CaptnmcD is wondering if Hondabadon are coming to Christmas. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical, still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh, we've got a turkey dinner. 3rd November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes' Suite. We've got like a pie, we've got some wine. Oh, we're ready to party. Iris is ready to party. We have returned, my dear fellows. I think so, yeah. Ooh, nice. We get to see them. Yay. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I. No? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. I mean, yeah, it's true. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Strom still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Why did you do that? Now then, I must say it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? I assume it's a telegram. Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. Yeah. You had to send an urgent telegram. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. I'm not dealing with that right now.
Well, that's good news, because supper's ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley. Not there.
Huh? Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
And that's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
Professor Mickey. Aw. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
You might also be my dad. It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
And then she went to investigate.
Oh.
And all of us were busy.
Oh. Oh. Everyone is shocked.
Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? No way. What? Why would you do that, Iris?
Nobody tells
What? What? Sholmes has been KO'd. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So just, who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Unless... So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Oh, Iris, I know, so precious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. For a second, I thought that was going to say, this could be our last meal. Before. About that telegram from Japan. And about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Let's ask away. I really like this sulking Sholmes. Wait, let's see if I can... There's just so... Sholmes is just like sitting on the couch, kind of curled up in a ball, just like, eh. It's pretty great. Look at him, he's just like, I want pheasant. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, Sholmes. Jeez, quit being a baby, Sholmes. Roast beef, kippers, stew. What's kippers?
Pickly things?
Pickly things? Ew, I don't know. I don't care for that.
I feel like that's what my brain is relating it to, but nobody uses that much that I think that's probably an off memory.
Ah, okay. That's weird. Yorkshire pudding? It all looks mouth-wateringly good.
Herring.
Herring. Ah, okay.
Fish.
Is fish. Indeed it does. And if it were accompanied by even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection. You're still on that?
But the reason why I'm thinking it's pickly thing is because it is specifically cured.
Oh, it's cured. Okay, okay.
It's like, I feel like they come in like a jar.
Oh, they're jarred things. Jarred kippers. Ew.
Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court.
Or indeed for drowning one's sorrows after defeat.
I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes.
He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment. I just cut back to him just still staring at it. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikatoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant specially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've paid the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
Well, if she knows that you're actually bad now and you just don't tell her,
Oh,
then you don't get pheasant.
no pheasant. Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I consider myself a gamer. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. I'm assuming he meant wild game.
Yeah, the pheasant.
You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Oh my god, Sholmes. Captain McD liked that one. Some unpheasant matters to discuss. Thanks, I hate it. I don't think the microphone can pick up Captain McD's little... She's going like... to herself in the corner as she's busy doing stuff. She's wrapping Christmas right now. The telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? This? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Oh, you wanted everything?
What? Those four names. Yeah. We've come across that exact list before. Da-na-na. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking a monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets are being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information that had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan.
Top secret.
Big secrets. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office and detected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Wait, did you... I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you say to raise on bottom?
Yeah.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
Yeah, Hosonaga! It's Hosonaga time! And you did it in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand?
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
Da-na-na. It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
That don't look good for you, Mr. Jigoku.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for you, Mr. Jigoku. I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes. Beep boop up. Oh, I missed the line there. The telegram from Japan has been entered in the court record. What was the history? Let me read that again. I missed it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Let me see that telegram. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, that's it. Keisogi Aishin Tobias Gregson J. Wilson by Hosonaga. We right now we have a lot of things that tie people to other things, but we have no idea what the thing is. I mean, it's got to involve the Reaper, but like, in what like direction? Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Burya. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What? What?
And then you were doing it, and he was like, you see, I wasn't
Yeah.
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
Huh.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, yeah, several years, except, yo, the man made it. The man had no memory. He had not a dime to his name. But he had a body and a dream. He had a single thought and a dream, and that dream was Great Britain. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue your voyage to England?
Yeah, he was like, yeah, F it, you're on the way, why not do it?
Oh, the terms of this study tour were to be negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
I like that in the past, Susato is wearing her steampunk outfit.
Before met Iris.
Before we met Iris, who probably made it for her, yeah.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time.
You could be a lawyer.
You could be a lawyer in a month. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me?
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man.
Friendship?
Like, I helped you out in that trial. We were friends by then, right? You trusted me.
Yeah, let's go, DP. Yo, Luke Lee, how goes it, yo? You caught us just at the beginning. Good timing. We're talking about the past right now, and who Cosma is, and what Cosma did doing, and why Sholmes helped fake his death.
I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it.
Oh, so he wasn't talking about his friendship with us. Our friendship with Tommy.
He's like, you guys are bros. You would have done it for your bro.
But if it was all contrived? I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
Oh, I seem to remember Mrs. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then. This is crazy music right now, I don't know why. Yeah, it's calm but intense. Cause that's the current mood. It's calm, but intense.
Oh, I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The reason he was actually dying.
The truth is, 12 months ago, and there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh,
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Okay. I don't get to show him anything. No, I don't get to talk to him. I have to show him something. Something from 12 months ago? It's time to show Sholmes some stuff. What do we want to show Sholmes? What's in my pockets? I've got everything. I've got a lot of stuff in my pockets right now. I'm gonna show my armband. Is it an appropriate time to show my armband? Beep boop bep. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at the... Nope, it's not the armband.
It's hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you'll appreciate.
Oh, no, of course not.
My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant.
Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. Okay, so not that. What else can we show him? Let's talk about the telegram. You have something to say about it? There's no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. So... you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Why do you know that?
Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
I'm just remembering Guregusun. But we only learned of these 4 names just over 6 months ago now. and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan.
What?
It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments.
I am constantly doing it. You're perpetually doing what? Sholmes, what? What? Sholmes, this seems dubious.
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
Sholmes will know everything about you. Sholmes knows your internet history. He knows where you've been on Tuesday. He knows what condiments you get on your burger. Sholmes knows.
If he says the wrong answer, he's just playing.
Yeah, and if he says the wrong answer, he's just playing.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes. What a fabulous line.
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know.
Herlock Sholmes, huh? I know, right? What a man.
Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
The 4 names. The 4 horsemen.
As I said, when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Assassin. And that was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see. So everyone already knew Miss Assassin's deal.
So he's like, I thought we were rid of her, but she was just working.
Yeah.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed.
Even though it was the other way around.
And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
K. Asogi and T. Greguson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
It's hard to dispatch them both if they're across the world.
Yeah, it's hard to dispatch them if they're across the world.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, yes. You mean about Assassin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Josiah Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. However, she is dead.
Iris is sad. Yeah, no, Iris is having a pretty bad time right now. She, like... like, family not knowing who her dad is, and also a potential dad is just dead. And then the next potential dad is, like... is, like, also not dad, like, just... And also Sholmes not just being like, yeah, no, I'm your dad, you know, in an adopted way. We don't know your dad. Like, you know, just confusing times for the child.
But I only became aware of the fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Oh,
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? Tops hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Assassin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
oh. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. Yep, he was a mark.
And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you there's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student?
Wait. You mean...
Visiting students are code name for assassin.
our visiting students... Wait, Kazuma's been an assassin this whole time?
But of course, a name you only know too well.
You mean... Kazuma?
Oh,
He did say in court earlier today.
Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark.
What?
Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange.
Oh my god, was that the play from the get-go? Like, you get Assassin, we get Asogi. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Oh, I mean, if he gets revenge for his dad. Assassin exchange. What a fulfilling experience. Yeah, the assassin exchange program, you know?
Would you like to assassinate abroad? Tired of killing on the same horizons day in, day out?
Are your enemies catching up to your own country?
Are your enemies catching up to your own country?
No, assassinate somewhere else.
Let's assume we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, or she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target.
Oh my god, is this the shit that, like, Strongheart was referring to when he was like, are you here to complete what your friend was set to do? And you're like, yeah, man, I'm doing it. And Strongheart's like, do you really know what? Oh my god, wow, we really had no fucking clue.
Did he tell you?
Yeah, we really had no
He
idea.
wants to be a lawyer. And he's like, oh, okay.
He's like, oh, you want to be a lawyer? Oh, haha, okay, yeah, sure.
Let's just send you to court.
Yeah, just go to court, do whatever. You know, we'll deal with the murder later.
It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
So you can get caught and it will do nothing. Because yeah, and then you go back to your home country and then they're just like, well, you know, we don't see sufficient evidence here to convict you. Because you go back to Buddy Strongheart and then Kazuma comes back to Buddy Jigoku. And it's like, oh, well, our laws are different here, and there's not sufficient proof, and the people here won't understand the evidence. Because even when we got Jazai Bredoff, it was very circumstantial how we even caught her. With things that we caught her saying, things that we caught her knowing. So that's, you know, if you weren't there, you're just gonna be like, okay, whatever, it was conjecture.
Yeah.
And with no motive, you'd be like, why the fuck would you go to overseas to kill someone, right? You would just be like, oh, whoop, bye.
Wow.
Whoa, that's a play. I feel like that reminds me of what is it? There's like a story of two people who meet and then they're like, we'll kill each other's targets, and then because there's no motive or evidence against, you know, us in that scenario, we'll both get off. Like, that's wild.
Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction would be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between the two countries. The fact that it was brought into place suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels. It is Gaunt. It's straight up Damon Gaunt. We're dealing with Gaunt again. I Gaunt even.
Those murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark?
Bring Kazuma here to Goku.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to bring Kazuma here to kill Jigoku. Oh, 1 second. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position.
So
Going with Gina.
yeah, so that's why he was going with Gina, to protect Gina. So, and that's why they were both just like,
And Gina.
so it's like, Gina, you're dealing with the Reaper, and like, Gregson, you are dealing with this.
Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yeah, so yeah, it was to protect both of them. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd been transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
I mean, yo, what if it was like, I'm going to inspect Jigoku to check what's up because it seems like something's up with that guy. And then Jigoku and Kazuma are just like, yo, double team. 2v1. This is too much to take in.
Da-na-na.
All right, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day.
Let's just hand wave that away.
Well, she's had a hard day.
Yeah, she's had a rough time as well, so.
Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
And then like Mikotoba's like, haha, yeah, but it's like that would imply a lot of other things to, you know, Susie's half of the family that listen here, Joseph Joestar.
But also, it depends on how people take it. Like,
Yeah.
Susie's mom seems not in the picture.
Yeah.
She passed away. She was raised by her grandma.
Yeah, so like Susie's mom
Might
isn't in the
have been
picture.
okay with it.
I mean,
She's finding out as not a child.
yeah, she's finding out as not a child. But I mean, she still might be like, I mean, Jotaro found out about Joseph.
Yeah.
And he was just like, dirty uncle or dirty grandpa.
And it still worked together with him.
I mean, yeah, he still worked with him. He still worked with Joseph. And I mean, damn, the fact that Joseph went on to have a kid after friggin' Stardust Crusaders is kind of wild. But I mean, damn.
He's the coolest.
Captain McD just says Joseph Joestar's the coolest. I can't argue with that. I'm sorry, Iris. Sasato's just like,
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
she's gonna be like, oh, sweet, Iris is my half-sister. And then it's just like, she's happy about that. And then she just looks at her dad and she's like, Dad.
Like the belly top Joseph used to wear is much less attractive.
Oh. Oh yeah, Captain McD is recounting how Indiana Jones Joseph is much more attractive than crop top Joseph from part 2.
I was gonna say, the real question is how the first baby happened.
Oh, how did the first baby even happen? Yeah, that's true. oh yeah, Jotaro's dad.
Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runa onto the floor?
Hey.
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
No, we don't need this.
They bond now.
Yeah, you didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runa.
Huh?
We're just gonna
No,
have a family.
you're just gonna have a family? Oh, I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Yeah, crop top Joseph is great. And just sister things. Yo, Mina's on crop top Joseph preference. And yeah, they just want to be sisters to just fucking judo flip big bro. This conversation is fantastic. It does bring a lot of levity to the situation right now because things are pretty fucked.
Our best bro.
Yeah, our best bro is like, our best bro is not even close to who we thought he was. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Da-na-na. Next day? Nope, not yet.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Shom's laughing is the best animation in the entire game. I would say it's secondary to Shom's, like, flipping the fuck out.
What about that?
Wait, before you say it, I want to say it. I think my favorite animation in the entire game is Windabank. I don't know if that's yours, but no, Windabank, when you're just like, oh, Mr. Windabank, it seems like something's wrong here. And he's like, what? And then he just goes to run off and grabs a gun and puts it to his own head.
It's not the exit from the suitcase
Oh my god, wait, yeah, no, you're right. Wait. CaptnmcD's right.
How many times did you
CaptnmcD's right. Wait. I have to remind myself the best animation of the game. I have to remind myself of the best animation in the game.
Jigoku stuck in his wardrobe.
How could I forget? How could I possibly have forgotten the actual best animation in the entire game? You know, it's because that's not an animation. That is a masterpiece. That is a cinematic masterpiece. That's a film. It's more than just an animation. There are just a lot of really good animations in this game, just in general. The actual best animation in the entire game. Or the, like, what is it? The slow, like, when Iris kicks the Sholmes wax statue, and he just goes, oh, and, like, slowly goes down on all fours. There are a lot of good ones in this game. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
Hee. You'll just have to wait and see.
I guess. Oh.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
Oh, I'll do my very best, of course. Do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. The list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Oh, look at this gang. Because I was lucky enough to have... Wait, I need to... Oh, I got it. I think I got it. No, I didn't get it. I think I got it. There we go. I was lucky. Yeah, look at this family. Oh, the most wonderful family in the world, standing steadfastly behind me. Okay, wait, I gotta get a... The court... I've learned now at the 11th hour that the court record button is my friend for wanting to take screen caps, yeah. Oh, and Susato smile. Most blessed face. To be continued. Wow, that was a really short segment, but I mean, obviously we're not ending it here. It's a little early, so we're gonna go again. Save your current progress, yes. Is it just gonna be... I wonder if we're gonna go just right to trial. Let's see.
Your investigation was...
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, trial part 2. Here we go. We're going back in. I wonder if this is just gonna be like this it. Yeah, it seems quick. But I mean, I guess, you know, a case doesn't have to be long. Because, I mean, this case has been through the whole game anyway, so...
So
it's actually a very long case. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Ka-ching! Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. You know, after talking with everyone else, it's just you walk into this courtroom and just you're like, everything Strongheart is saying is just a big fucking lie. Yep. And you're just like, oh, we definitely like have a lot of info of like behind the scenes stuff, and it's like this guy's just outright lying. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
To cover up the whole truth.
That we will never stop
covering up the whole truth. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve. Yes. That's my intention.
My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by a day. You did what?
Yeah, I'll deal with it tomorrow.
In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has all been leading up to this one day.
Kazuma.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Yo, man, Van Zeeks is a fucking stonewall. This guy's got, like, just the solid, like, resolve. He's just like, I know I'm innocent. I'm not gonna flinch. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. By the way, why is this end plot just like Persona 5? Did this game... I think this game came out before Persona 5. Wait, did it? I wonder. Let me see. Persona 5... Release. Naruhodo. Release. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. July 27th. Wait, no, that's this year. Yeah.
I feel like we might need to know what
Yeah. Let me find the wiki. Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Oh, Japan 2015. I'm pretty sure that's before. Yeah, that's a year before P5. Dang, yeah. And what was the end of P5 again? Wait, are you talking about the end plot of Royal or regular Persona 5? Because I'm trying to remember. Oh, well, I mean, I guess the idea that you're like regular P5. Well, I mean, it's more that yourself actually, because you're getting revenge on the dude who you like snitched on and shit. P5 vibes, yeah. Hey, man, the theme of justice is universal. The language of justice resonates through all. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. Actually, in particular, this one is, this case is, very reminiscent of a case early on in the, Phoenix Wright series, I even want to say. I won't mention exactly which one because I will be getting to it one day. Yeah, I probably said it already, but I mean, that name won't mean anything if you don't have more context than that. But yeah, so I mean, I'll get to that, and then we'll get to discuss this feel and theme again. It'll be great. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
We never knew Kazuma. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. Because he works for me. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
He's your friend, right?
Yeah. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
Round 2. Can't escape from crossing fate.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then. We've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now, in order to get to the truth. Ka-cha! Face smack.
He said resolve. He said it.
Push it to the limit.
Oh, Jigoku.
Jigoku's wearing some gloves. That tells me he's hiding something on his hands.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Oh, your gloves at the hotel. Ah, he might have had something on the whole time.
So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say.
The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
I see you guys are backstabbing me now. I know how to
Yeah.
My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by...
Yeah, you think you're in charge now. Wait till we get back to Japan.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Unrelated, you say? I appreciated that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him.
We have a piece of info from your office that ties you to him.
As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you'd run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Telegram. record found is indicated duplicated. Let's go with this. A telegram from Inspector Hosanaga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Jigoku's office. It was the first thing we got. That was a freebie. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately a year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oh, he did not like that. You little... Oh shit, where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What is this all about? Why is my name on that list? Yo, even Kazuma's like, wait, what the fuck? Yo, he's pissed, yo.
Did you not know you were sent there as an assassin?
Yeah, did you not know you were an assassin, Asogi?
Did they just butter you up with other things?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Uh-oh. The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jazai Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied.
How many lawyers
Yo.
Goku's killed? He's got so many
Yeah.
lawyer badge buttons.
How many lawyer badge buttons? How many lawyers has Judge Jigoku eaten and taken their powers? That's why he's so big and powerful. He slays other lawyers beneath him to give himself more legal strength. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. That's all speculation. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Huh? What? The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ugh! You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange.
That's preposterous.
I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? It's absurd, right? Yeah, it's totally absurd. His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that at the scene of the Inspector Gregson's action... There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder... was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Groose.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court.
There is no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
Look at these two villains helping each other out.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now.
And no lying. Remember, we don't like that here.
He's never
We only don't like that when Naruhodo does
You
it.
better make a good enough lie to get me off, bro.
Oh yeah, it's basically, yo, you can come up with something to save us both.
As you wish, my lord. As you wish, my lord.
I need to give him the demonic hell voice.
The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
What? He's just saying it.
However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved.
Dude, there's a... Oh, we can't prove there's a fucking bullet hole in his cabin because we can't see it. Yeah, the wad of cash. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
To use such unworthy practices for unstudied to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Yeah, because Gregson made the autopsy report. That made Asogi's dad guilty.
That had the conclusive evidence.
Which was probably lies.
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
No. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, the assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
This is wild. What's your defense? Hey, guys, we think you killed this guy. No. We're assassins, but we fucked up, so we're not actually guilty of anything.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street.
Evacuation alarm that would be super loud.
Yep, there's an evacuation alarm. We checked your garbage.
That was sent to everybody in advance because they knew they planned.
Yep, everybody got the evacuation notice.
Perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Wow, that's crazy, fellow high-ranking judge.
Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue these villainous... Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin...
Why can I not read the sentence?
I may be an assassin, but that's not important right now. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, we're checking the garbage. We're throwing garbage at this man. Assassin exchange. True Cosmo's assassin man. Inspector T. Gregson. Something happened that meant the young man's unable to carry his mission. Evening question. Member of the crew was on the outside of my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Actually, wait. Member of the crew outside the cabin at all times. Let me read the evacuation notice. Let me read it. Following departure from court, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties. Yep, nope, there was not a dude at your door at all times. You are a liar. Eat this. Objection. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
Yeah, in your garbage, bro. Man, did you guys have, like, prosecuted people before. How have you not, like... How did you not think that we would check shit like this? Who would look in the garbage? It's insanitary. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Groose were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts?
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh. Yo, this dude is like 7 feet tall. Holy shit.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Yunosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin.
What? He didn't get killed in there. Why? He said nothing happened in there.
Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Well, there's no bullet hole in the wall, but we have a part of a watch.
Very true. Well, counsel?
Yep, let me, I'm gonna check the court record before I approach this statement. Just to make sure I, like, you know, Lego piece it. Examine. I unfortunately cannot present a bullet hole. A solid argument, am I right? Nothing happened in there. Why? He said nothing happened in there. You can't prove otherwise.
I told you that he's involved in an international assassination program, but we can trust him if he said nothing happened.
You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Master Naruhodo?
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
So, time to go look at the pocket watch.
Yep, to link it together. What do you think, Mr. Sato?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Oh, ka-cha-ka-cha! 1 for 1.
A perfect fit.
I knew it. All right. Perhaps you knew it.
Now this pocket watch is king.
Now this pocket watch is now king of England.
I'll make a note of this new information at once.
Details of the small component have been updated in the court record file. Perfect. Okay, because that's what I was waiting for. I'm like, we need the text there to agree with us.
But you need to present the crown part, because that was what was in the cabin.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Ka-chong!
You know what this is?
What this is?
When management tries to do the underling's job and sucks real bad at it.
Yeah, when the manager tries to do the underling's job and is real bad at it. So like these guys have been ordering these assassins and whatnot and plots
then
around.
When Kazumo's like, yeah, I can't do it. Jigoku's like, fine, I'll do it. And then he
Jigoku
left
bumbles
all
himself.
this stuff all over.
Oh, he left everything everywhere. Man, Judge Jigoku's a horrible assassin. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. By the way, moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Bro, Jigoku, you are horrible. I predicted Judge Jigoku. Did you? Ah, nice guess, nice guess. You predicted he would be evil? Was it just based on his appearance?
I mean, his name was the Hell Judge.
Yeah, his name was like fucking Hell, so like, I'm not surprised, but I mean, I didn't guess he was gonna be evil.
Unlike Strongheart.
Unlike Strongheart. Yo, Strongheart, I saw him, I'm like, that dude's a villain. 100%. I saw Strongheart, the first time I saw Strongheart, I'm like, yo, it's Damon Gaunt. It's that dude all over again. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Oh! Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? I'm not a murderer, man. You acquitted me.
Objection.
Oh? Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Huh? And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
Is it?
What? I suspected him from the beginning. And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. Yes. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. What? Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Wow.
Oh no! He's
getting evil straight.
He's getting eviler and eviler. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Yeah, Jigoku, what the fuck? Dude, what the hell? I should have declared you guilty? You should have called an innocent man into fucking super jail? You were gonna send me to the fucking gallows, what the hell? Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge she was there, I presume, Oh, Strongheart's like, listen, I know you're lying, but like...
He's gonna say, it wasn't in the cabin, it was in my luggage, which was in Britain with me, and I hung out with Briggs,
it wasn't...
I
don't know. Oh, well, I mean, actually, that doesn't do much better, because you have a picture of him. I mean, that means you interacted with Gregson still. I don't know. Let's see what his statement is gonna be. Let's see what he's gonna say.
Yes, I do.
Look at it, like, he's giving him, like, hey, watch out for this. Hey, watch out for this.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
except for when it
Witness testimony. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Why is this happening on Halloween? I don't know. It's straight up just a coincidence.
When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
It's because that's when the dead come back.
I soon took care of him with an Ippon Sei throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
I just threw the guy, I didn't kill him.
I fucking yeeted him, but he didn't die.
The inspector
I'm
was...
just a truckster, he was fine.
I'm a chuckster. That dude was fine after I fucking tossed him.
The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ippon Seoi, a common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country.
Allow me to demonstrate
I was
how
careful
this
not to
defense
use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
Don't you
What?
know people just throw people in regular
The fact the
conversation?
Yeah, oh god.
The fact the watch was broken in no way proves the victim's murder took place there.
They were just wrestling.
Ah.
Juliet.
They were just wrestling like Romeo and Juliet.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Oh.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
If this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will deem to have no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. I think you should just give up.
Yeah, you should have said he missed his shot, bro. But we don't have the bullet hole as evidence. Unfortunately. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. This is like 3v1 right now. Straight up.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Yo, Jigoku, you know what? Keep talking, keep talking. It will only make it better when we dunk on you.
Dig your own grave, man.
Dig your grave. Here's a shovel. Go as deep as you'd like.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, let's press them all. Vents in the cabin. When I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. Who was it? Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
What? He's just a dude!
A dude eating chips doesn't make it an inspector.
But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
But he was dressed in
But
white
he
like
was
a
just
superhero,
dumb.
so it was fine.
Point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disbarked the ship.
Certainly, all I can tell you is only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion?
Your guard didn't say, hey, somebody's waiting for you.
Yeah.
That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
We had an inspector approach the guard and he said no. So
Yeah. We know it's all like we're gonna wait for the big lie though, because these are all little less powerful lies. Not big unsafe lies that are like minus on block. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes. Though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. He was a big coward. Ha ha ha. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Yo, oh my god. Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
I just fucking did it.
The Ippon Sei throw, though. Couldn't wait to run away after that.
I mean, I think when you're as big as Judge Jigoku, you don't need like technique for a throw. Like, I think that once you're big enough, you can just do I'm just gonna grab you.
yeah.
Like it's like technique is for when you have to like, wiggle weight around, do some physics shit to like throw people that are bigger than you or an awkward size for you to hold or whatever. He's like, he could probably just pick you up with one hand and toss you like a fucking ragdoll. Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
Ah ha ha ha. My Ippon Sei is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
Wow.
Okay, surely.
So not only is he gigantic, he's speedy.
He's speedy.
He's slow.
He's slow. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself quickly at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of, using a quick Ippon Seoi throw.
Using my judge powers.
I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder.
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
I mean, you were trying to get rid of
I mean,
All of those would result in the effect you were hoping for.
yeah.
Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that.
But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Ha 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 ha.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
Ah ha 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 ha. What are you talking about?
Huh?
That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Ah, haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Yeah, so we can't use the bullet hole because we don't have a picture of it.
Hold it!
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
I mean, unless someone moves them. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, won't you think?
Luggage.
Well, yes, that's true, but...
All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
Unless you're trying to frame someone. That's killed that idea then.
But perhaps not.
Mr. Sato?
They would have had, like, diplomatic immunity from the church, maybe.
Yeah, they might have had diplomatic immunity.
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in that sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
Huh?
I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it to you in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord.
Go ahead.
I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
You fit in that chest.
You fit in that fucking chest.
Feet, so Gregson would, of course, have been.
Yeah, let's show. Where's a picture? Oh, hey! I'm showing the picture of all of the commemorative photograph.
Yeah.
Yep, let's go.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
What about this on the usual?
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do, you're the only one who can do it. Transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Oh, Strongheart didn't like that. We learned that when we first met upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ah, ha, 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 ha.
Oh no, he's laughing because he's actually hiding something super evil.
Oh gosh, don't talk about that.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you a fucking massive travel trunk. Look at that absolute unit.
Totally the size of a man.
Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
That Gregson was dead in that case when we met with him.
Yep, I'm afraid I am. Yes.
Because he was like, I need to move this chest immediately.
Yeah, Jigoku was like, I need to move that chest immediately.
Because it's gonna start to smell too.
Oh yeah, I mean, I thought of that. Yeah, that link came into play the second we just saw Jigoku hiding in the case. I'm just like, oh god, Gregson was in there. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Urgh.
Order! 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 I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk? Horrifying.
I mean, that's where we found the piece.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we found the piece of pocket watch. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
And yet the boat had one.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. He doesn't like that. See, Strongheart doesn't like that we're getting things right. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Groose is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? Ha 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 ha, play it off. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Ha ha ha, laugh it off? Yeah, there it is.
Ha 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 ha. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now?
Japan's courts will be in good
Logical reasoning, of course.
hands.
All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Am I ready?
Judge Jigoku, please,
Down.
stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why have I not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact.
Motive?
Motive? Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British is known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Because the fish in his pockets was
The
rotting.
fish in his pocket wasn't rotting, quite simply because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. What do we have? No.
I mean, the blood on his case, that wasn't at the scene. What does the autopsy report say? Does it say he died instantly? That's
Oh no, Clint's autopsy report. It just says accurate.
instant death.
Yeah. Okay, so he did, I mean, whatever killed him instantly. Something that killed him instantly. Do you have anything on the gun?
Nope, nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows anything about guns.
And we don't have our blood identification.
Yeah, we don't have the shenanigans, or not the shenanigans. We don't have the bonus tools that normally help.
To say that the blood on the
Graham.
suitcase is his.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it's still the suitcase.
You still think it's a suitcase?
Yeah.
We can submit it.
Because I think the blood on the side of it.
Because you think that's his blood? Yeah. Okay, well, we'll give it a shot. I can't think of anything better right now.
Take that!
Nope.
Japanese really are cute. To proffer with some, only to present such nonsensical evidence.
Okay, so not that.
Let's look at the wording. Because that's usually,
The what it is, yeah.
yeah, how to figure out what specifically they want.
Not interested in the mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly. Okay, was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street? Or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly.
Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out?
The wig.
What? Why the wig?
What day was the Redhead League meetup?
Oh, right, because the redheaded...
He wouldn't have worn that to the boat.
He wouldn't have worn that to the boat, yeah, because he
Yeah,
had the other guy...
had to put it on after, because the
Yeah.
Take that!
No, oh, wig says no.
cover story. I mean, the photo of him in the wig? Oh, read the paper. What day was the Redheaded League? It was the day after, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
31st.
Yeah, 31st. So... Found in his cabin,
We have
yeah.
a really hard time saying, oh yeah, he wore that onto the boat for no reason.
Or, yeah, you know what? I think it might be the photo of him in the wig. Because... Like, why would he be wearing the wig?
Yeah. And nobody commented on it?
Take that!
Testimonies or anything?
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed?
Yeah, okay, so CaptnmcD's on the right track. It was
On the
the...
right track.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, because it would just be like,
curled
because he's
up?
curled up, yeah.
Even though he was shot.
If Inspector Gregson has been shot there in that room,
Probably have been like fall flat.
it's out of the question that his body wouldn't have been curled up in a ball like that.
But it was curled up to fit in the trunk and then set rigor mortis.
Yeah, rigor mortis.
Couldn't move him.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed.
Is it?
He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved
Oh,
fatal.
now it's autopsy report. Instant.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh! Oh, yeah, no, that's... Yeah, there you go. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
It's to fit in a trunk.
It's to fit in a trunk. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out onto the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk.
No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Da-na-na. Yeah, if he died instantly, that's a problem for you guys. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh!
I mean, the forensics team is in their pocket, so
Yeah.
I'm sure it won't, but
It won't, but you know, I mean,
we want you to present it anyway. We want that discomfort.
yeah, I want this.
Present my trunk. I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
Diplomatic immunity.
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
Remember, if you've got blood in your trunk, go see a doctor. You gotta get that checked out.
I decline to answer that.
No, there's just porn.
There's just porn in there. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs,
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Holy shit.
Wow.
Yo, Ryunosuke's going in.
I think we don't get to decide that, the judge does.
Damn.
I like it.
Nothing is more important than the truth. Damn. I had no idea that fucking Ryunosuke had balls the size of, like, elephants here. Like, that's fucking... Yo, that's
I think they just happened this time.
Yeah, they happened in just this trial, man. He just, like, instantly manned up.
It's because we're a big brother now.
It's because
strong.
we're big bro. We gotta be strong now.
order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it? Yo, these guys are like 3v1ing me, but they don't know they're on the same team. Like, this is
All
wild.
the different aspects of the team.
Yeah, this is like...
Because Cosmo's like, I did this to get over here because I had reasons. But
Yeah.
I refused to do the assassination. I
Jigoku's
believe
like-
Jigoku would also refuse to do the assassination. Meanwhile, Jigoku's like, no, I was in this.
Yeah, Jigoku was like, I'm down for
the
assassination.
exchange. Of course I did it if you didn't do it.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
What? What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country.
But I didn't kill him.
Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You, dear God, outrageous!
It's gonna be I didn't kill him though.
So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson.
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said.
Oh my god.
Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection.
I'll be like,
What on
"Oh,
earth is that
doesn't belong
cryptic
in my
statement supposed to
cabin.
mean?
I'll take it out of there for them.
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh, he's like,
Oh,
if we aren't protecting each other anymore,
Yo,
That's
you're out
right.
the bus
Who else
too.
could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
I'm not going. there.
yo, they're both throwing each other under the bus.
You.
Yo, oh my god. This team is fucking falling apart.
This team is not united.
This team is not united.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could put the crime on me, did you?
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Yes, and on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Yo, Jigoku. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is...
I think it's
Ooh.
technically possible, but I think he would use a sword, not a gun.
What? What'd you think?
Read the description on the gun. Who's it given to? Van Zeek's had one, didn't he?
Yeah.
So that it's given to judge people too.
A different country.
It's too old to have the registration number.
Oh.
10 years.
Oh, you're right. The gun. It could have been Jigoku's gun. Yo, nah, man. Okay, we're gonna say impossible. We're defending our bro.
He wasn't part of any law system over here until very recently. So if he got a gun, it would have
Had a serial code. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence.
I mean, they'll just say he stole it from.
So present what you have, counsel.
But I think
What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of prosecutors in Asogi's involvement?
I think it's the gun.
You think it's the gun? Let's do a quick look around everything to see, in case there's anything else. Was Asogi doing
Or
anything
do you
2
think
nights
it's
ago?
The sword, because they're gonna say he would have used the sword. The sword was broken.
Clean tip. I mean, we can go for the sword. Let's attempt the sword. We've got 3 lives.
Take that!
Making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry?
Yeah.
Every piece of evidence. Yeah, go with the gun. We'll go with the gun. Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Ah! I'm trying to save your life, asshole! Okay. Alright, let's go with the gun. Let's go with the gun. On sentry. Oh, wait.
Oh.
We're gonna go. As long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed.
Cosmo wasn't there when the alarm went off. He didn't know about it.
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
alarm paper.
The alarm paper again.
Okay, thank you for feeding us the answer, gang.
Yeah.
But I think that gun thing is gonna come up. Because they
It's
gave
here
us a lot of details about that gun and we haven't used them yet.
We have not used the gun yet. I think the gun is there to trick us into thinking that we can use the gun. It's just like, hey, look at this easy piece of evidence. It'd be so easy if you know whose this was, wouldn't you? The itinerary for crew members of the SS Groose, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk.
On land.
Yeah, Cosimo was here. Ugh. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, returned to England the following morning. Oh yeah, and he's like, it'd be easy to check for my signature.
Yep.
Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ugh. Now who else, dude?
Gotcha again.
Who, Jigoku? No, absolutely not. I cannot accept that at all.
You can't accept anything.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting.
Back here.
Waiting for his chance to come back and...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man.
Yeah.
You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku?
it was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began.
Oh shit.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
He's gonna break the stand
He's
again.
gonna break this.
Just like the past.
Whoa, okay, wait. What the fuck anime villain shit is he doing here now?
It's over. My life is over.
I mean, you ended
What?
somebody else's.
Yeah, you ended someone else's, dude. Like,
Coming a little bit.
holy fuck. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. He's just so strong that, like, he started an anime boss sequence where, like, you know, you destroy the stage and then he, like, raises his arms and he starts floating and then he, like, you know, he starts shooting
And the
I-beams at
floors
you.
come up and then it's all like stonework.
Oh, yeah, the floors come up, it's stonework underneath and there are holes and you can't stand everywhere anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then he starts throwing parts of the floor at you. You know, that's the boss we're going to be fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about a year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation.
I'd have to come do it.
To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Which isn't Van
Which
Zeke.
isn't Van Zeke's.
So that means the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. Bang!
Maybe he shot him with his own gun.
Yeah, I probably shot him with his own gun then.
I'd received the British issued gun
60. Yeah, okay, yeah, Captain McD was right. It was his own gun.
I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of Judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Groose. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered on the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
Good evening, Rorik.
Yeah, good evening, Rorix. Yo, what's up, man? How goes it? We're, a lot of very important things have just come to light. And they will be made evident very shortly.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Waking up at 6 is killing me inside. Oh, 6 a.m. or p.m.?
Opening shift, so I assume 8.
Opening shift. Oh, okay. I didn't miss that. Waking up at 6. Oh, yeah, dude. 6 a.m. is a killer. Actually,
It's hard when
you know what?
aren't in the mode of it.
I was gonna say 6 a.m. Waking up at 6 a.m. I don't find the worst. I find it the worst when you have to wake up during like twilight hours at like 3 or 4. Those are the killer ones. Like any other time because I've worked a bunch of like overnight, late jobs around the clock and whatnot. I think the worst time to wake up is like 3 or 4 in the morning, because that is the single most depressing thing you can do. When you're not ready for it.
A lot of that.
Oh, I'm not a fan of it. The second most depressing is waking up at 6 p.m., where you go to bed as the sun rises, and you wake up to see it go down, and you just get no sunlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vampire lifetime.
Vampire lifetime. Yeah. Waking up super early when you're not used to it, though, is like if it messes you up.
Yeah.
So hopefully you're able to sneak some naps in. Graveyard shift sucks. Yeah, man. I hear you there.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
I mean, you put the fish and chips back? That's the blunder. You should have just ate them.
Yeah. I was gonna say, he was probably like, this guy always has fish.
Yeah, this guy always has fish and chips. I need to make sure they're in his pocket.
They're not there.
Oh, yeah, if you ever see me dead and there's not a hamburger in my hand, assume foul play.
Anyway.
We need to know about your other dude, man.
It's so weird that there's no bench.
Yeah, he's just standing there in the open because he destroyed the bench. There's just nothing there for him.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Don't worry, you'll be killed.
Hardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. One more thing. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the Assassin Exchange? And then just send him home. He's not our problem. Oh, God. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. Yo, bro, sell him out. Sell him out, man.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Oh, I am the jury. Fucking guilty.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty.
Da-na-na. He's hiding something. Oh, 100%. Yo, we totally...
Van Zeeks.
Yo, the trial was for Van Zeeks, to get Van Zeeks out.
Say not guilty, dude.
And yeah, and here we go. Yo, Strongheart is 100% the other guy.
Yeah.
Because he's just like, he throws everyone else under the bus.
Yeah, and he's trying to wrap everything.
And he's trying to wrap everything up. And that's why this is confidential. This is why this is a closed courtroom, because any of this comes out, it's people look at him and people look into it.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Da-na-na. Yo, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We gotta go back to 10 years ago.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
But we don't have all the answers. Something's wrong.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
About these mysteries. What a shame that we'll never know. Insofar as the vindictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. That's why it's a good time to stop right here.
But this is the last kiss of the game!
Oh, yeah, here.
Formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zeeks.
No, yo, thank you. We kind of need this, actually.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused innocence hasn't been fully established at all,
Because he still thinks
and
that-
therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time.
He's still kind of going for Van Zeeks.
He says he's the Reaper.
Yeah, he's still going for Van Zeeks, and also turn closer to talking about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
Judge Jigoku's already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Yeah, so he's gonna say he wasn't
Yeah.
only on trial for Gregson.
Yeah.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi. What do you know that I don't?
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassination exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore,
yo, look at Zeke's fucking composure maximum.
Yeah.
He's just like, he's there, he's just like, yup. He's like, say what you want, bro. He's just like, I'm fucking, he's like, fair enough, let it continue.
I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? What? I mean, Strongheart, absolutely big evil villain, but I have to say, his gavel smash with the fucking cane
Yeah.
is
You
pretty
love it?
sick. Yeah, that's powerful. I want a gavel like that. I don't know what for, but I need a gavel to like, for like if I ban someone or if I must silence someone in my chat. I may have to commission an animation at some point from someone, but who? Dun-dun-dun.
I think it's gonna be Mina.
It might be someone you already know. If they have time, if they're free, you know, we can work out details later.
The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Graphic design is my passion. Hell yeah, yeah. Yo, I mean, I will formally bug you about that later. If you would be willing to accept.
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard.
It's already been established that the Assassin Exchange was negotiated with Jigoku. We now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity.
Oh?
That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You're guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. You killed my father. Prepare. Whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Strongheart is like, yo, you're not getting me. That's not happening.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Who's ready for overtime?
Time to light those fires.
Light those fires again. Put that shit back on there. Get those names up.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
I'll be a free man.
Yo, yeah. Fuck it. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do something here. Give me a second.
You're gonna remove
I have to remove my Shom's arm because it's Grim Reaper. Holy fuck! Why is it so huge? Jesus. Okay, wait. Sorry, Van Zieks. You're powerful, but I need to scale you down a little bit. There we go. We've got to bring in the power. Bless you. Of the Zeeks now, because this is.
He's like, yeah, bring it on, for I can finally quash you and all those belligerent rumors flying about London. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution, that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through, whatever might arise.
Also, Van Zieks can take it.
Van Zieks can take it, man.
Tough.
Van Zieks has been dealing with this shit for 10 years.
Yeah.
So Van Zieks is a big boy.
He's not like our other defense that
Yeah.
lies to protect their science and would rather be a killer than not a successful scientist, or
Or like our guy who's like, no, put me in the stand so I can lie really hard. No, Magnus.
Yeah, so Van Zieks can do it.
Yeah, Van Zieks can do it.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense is no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I mean, like, What, like, what is there stopping him from just saying, I have none? You know, and then just calling it there.
They say that he's clearly trying to hide something.
That's something a liar would say.
He said nothing happened, so nothing happened.
Oh my god, I'm
When
still
this guy
mad about
says
that.
Nothing happened. They'd be like,
Something happened.
clearly, he's hiding something.
As you wish, my lord.
The Reaper and the Assassin exchange.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Wait,
Really?
wait, why did you say Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, where did that come from?
Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the
Dr. Wilson was the other one killed in the assassin exchange.
Oh, okay, good. So, yeah, so there is a single piece of evidence that has all three of you tied. Gregson did the autopsy, Wilson signed on it, and you were the prosecutor.
It was Clint.
And it was Clint, yeah.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange.
Oh, it's back. Yeah.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
You?
It was you. You used to be the reason. Now it's not anymore, bro.
Now it's my own time
Aniki.
to help people.
It was you, Aniki. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my clients in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. The Clint's autopsy.
Nor have I instructed another to kill.
Investigating the truth behind the Reaper. It's the reason why I went to Fresno Street the other day. No common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. And that is not true, unfortunately, because John H. Wilson, coroner. Yet credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. Okay, yep. This has all three of you. This is all three of you.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report.
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Yeah, we can't. We can't prove he's innocent if we start with lies.
Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The autopsy report of Professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The Professor.
I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court.
What's up, CaptnmcD?
So we need to know what that vital.
We need to know what the hell that clue is. It just says, yeah, there was a boss-ass clue.
But I was gonna say,
in
the
there.
fact that he's saying he mustered the last of his strength to leave a vital clue sounds like it's gonna be one of those he wrote in blood.
Oh, yeah, tell me it was like he wrote it in blood, right?
He ate something.
He ate a clue. Alright. Let's see.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death.
That's outrageous.
And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the Assassination exchange. Da-na-na.
Order! Order at once! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
It's like, oh, I have the evidence.
As it happens,
In my sword.
I have evidence.
Yeah, the sword.
It's in the sword. It's in the sword.
Bring it out, man.
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. So this is obviously why Strongheart let Zeeks prosecute the case, because he's just like, oh, I was just gonna lie and put this guy in jail, but like, you'll take the fall for me if this shit goes sour? Absolutely.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
Cause you were a babby.
Yeah, you were Bobby, dude.
You got told what you
Yo, he got played.
needed to hear to have closure, and you took the bait.
Yep, and then you got put under the bus.
While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He's very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are ya? And what? You gotta cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That'll very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
And he told them that's why.
Before we get into it,
kill him.
let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then.
Yeah, it's for the sake of my country.
Yeah.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Azuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zeeks.
Oh, but he was
No,
given
he
the
was
co-
given it. Yeah.
after. Strongheart was already supposed to have it.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize the exchange of assassins. How convenient it was him, guilty.
Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks.
He wasn't even like
Oh.
a prosecutor yet.
Yeah, he wasn't even a prosecutor. That was like his first case because he wanted to. Oh, here we go. Barak would have had like little to no reputation or influence at the time, right?
That was, he was just finishing school, and he was just like, please let me have
Man, how much influence did he have?
And Strongheart was like, here, I have all the case notes done. Just say this.
Right?
Go ahead.
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears, and we can all trust me because I'm honorable and I'm not Naruhodo.
It's because I wear white.
His shameful admission.
Because he wears white, yeah.
In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What?
Lord Van Zeeks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too.
You?
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Oh, no, you passed him.
I passed him. Male Strongheart. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. Oh shit, listen to that boss music! Oh fuck, yo, he's already standing.
What? Lord Strongheart.
Yes. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
Of my life.
Yeah, he fucking cursed his life. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
You have no evidence. You have no evidence to this. Oh. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Oh, it doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
Ka-ching!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He's admitted to it.
The man's dead now.
And where's your evidence?
What?
We can bring a witness that can say something that's a lie.
Ooh.
Maria Gori told us.
We have Maria Gori.
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Yo! I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah!
We call Maria Gori to the stand!
We open the sword. The sword has secrets.
It does have secrets.
Where's the secrets?
Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago.
It's like, we're gonna leave it alone, but people kept bringing it up.
Yeah.
The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
I mean, technically, Scythe is still alive in a private cell.
Scythe is still alive. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy.
There is someone.
There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart.
But her daughter will.
But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
She doesn't want to be like her mama.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be like her mom. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me!
Kazuma,
Please, this trial can end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you.
Doing it for justice.
I'm doing it for the truth. Baroque would have had... Yeah, oh no, okay, that message was there before. I was ready to read another one again. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... Where is she?
We met a lot of people in this case. There.
Yeah, there she is. Let's bring in the daughter.
Denied.
What?
What? I want to know why.
And I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words...
Oh, not that. Okay, so not her. Ah, we were so confident it was going to be her.
Well, she knows about it, but I guess because she wasn't there. Ooh, Mikotoba.
Mikotoba, because he's actually Wilson. Yeah.
Down.
He wrote it down. Okay, it's
Okay,
Mikotoba.
we know more people involved with it.
Okay.
Fine. We can bring more than one witness, guys. That's how in the wrong you are. You'll never cover it up.
Yujin Mikotoba. Okay, let's try Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese?
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
Ah, but he had a scribe.
It was the primary's assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense demand is denied.
What?
But Professor Mikotoba's in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by a Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
And covered up by the...
And covered up by said authorities. But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover its tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Oh.
Open the sword.
Open the sword.
Oh, man. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Hold it!
Hold it! Yo, baby! It's Sholmes time! Let's go! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Attention!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The boys are back in town! Oh, baby, they are! This court should hear what he has to say. He was involved.
Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing
Yeah,
findings.
he was like, don't think you
Yeah.
just solve Gregson's murder and disregard the Reaper charge.
Surely it can't be. That the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. Can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today.
Let's take a vote.
I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture?
Do you guys feel like
After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
Order! Order in court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes.
Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same?
And they're like, maybe we shouldn't have closed trials.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have closed
We
trials.
should always have a jury because this seems messed up.
Yeah,
What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. Oh, hopeful Kazuma.
He's like,
that just like,
leaving us.
oh, his face just like warmed my heart. Is this rigged? Oh, yeah, the shine eyes, bring them in. We have hope.
My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial. On with the trial. Testify. Testify.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
No recess won't be necessary, my
I
lord.
brought him with me.
Pardon?
Mikatomo is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse.
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I deducted that it would.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes.
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
Good.
She sends her regards and a reminder.
Tug and see
If you find yourself at a dead end, the ear's at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
I agree with Mina. We should swap out the
Yo, do we swap out judges? Yes. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss?
I think deep enough that you guys are all going to head back to Japan in safety after this.
Oh, I hope so, yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Ooh, I'm pumped.
All of the players are going to be removed, so if you do remove him, I guess you guys could stay if you liked it here.
What? I'll remove all the players, what?
He removed all the other players, so I was going to say, once you prove him guilty, I guess
yeah.
it's safe for you to stay here.
It is safe for us to stay here once we remove Maelstrom. Oh, baby. Okay. Trial part 3. I think that might be it. I'm ready to lock in for a little bit longer. Hell yeah, let's go.
I'd say, do we need snack or bath?
Oh, yes, actually, you know what? Okay.
A 5-minute recess?
5-minute recess. I do want to take
They aren't going to recess?
Yeah, even though they're not going to recess, I think we'll take a quick recess. We're approaching midnight. I do want to do a quick knowledge check on if we have a second part after this, because as willing as I am to go into 2 a.m., I'm not willing to go into 6 a.m.
I looked it up yesterday, and
Yes.
it was trial, investigation, then 2 parts of trial.
So I think
the
this
second
is-
part of trial should be...
So this is it then. Okay.
Our walkthrough is divided into parts, so I think this would be...
Okay, so we're looking at the final. This might take us to early in the AMs, but it is time we collect our resolve and we finish this case after a short commercial break. We're gonna take a quick BRB. We're gonna save. We're gonna leave it here. Everyone go grab your snacks. Go get your popcorn, maybe some dinner. We're gonna take 5 minutes to go grab ourselves some food, something quick to eat so that we have energy to continue. We're gonna go to the bathroom, etc., etc. I invite you all to do the same. So catch you back in a moment.
Yeah, they're both here.
All right, we
I knew
return.
it!
We return.
Both the
And we've got
octopus
everyone in the house now. Okay. So,
So I wasn't wrong with Gory.
we weren't wrong with bringing Gory in because she has involvement. Or not full involvement, but she
can
has
confirm
knowledge.
that Scythe also told her something was up with that one.
And she could confirm just basic autopsy details as well. So, in our last chapter, last segment, we discovered Jigoku friggin' had to keep up the assassination plot. But because of that, we have to put into question who is the actual Reaper. And fingers point, based on the facts, to male Strongheart, the true final boss of this game. And instead of Strongheart just being able to wave us away, notable members of Judiciary are all around.
Keep going.
So they're like, yeah, if he just ended it, it would have been sus for the country, and people would have doubted him like forever.
Yeah.
So
he has to.
have to do this.
Lock up and say he's not guilty if he ever wants to continue
Doing
what he's trying
anything
to do.
at all, yeah. Because this is gonna be a crazy shakeup. All right. I've got a little bit of bread. I'm gonna finish it. I'm just gonna get the eating out of the way. So that we can get through the segment uninterrupted. Yeah, we wonder if the other judges just like gonna be here.
He probably is there. They said people for the symposium are all there. He's probably just in the gallery, being like, man, I'm way more impartial than this guy.
Okay. Getting my stretches in, you know. I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm just.
Chad, are you excited? I hope you're excited. Yeah, just sleepy too. Yeah, it's getting late, but like, I think it's tradition on the stream.
That Ace Attorney takes us into the wee hours of the morning.
That Ace Attorney, whenever we hit the last trial, we just fucking rock it to the
Somnium
end.
also made us push our boundaries.
Oh yeah, Somnium also did the same thing. I think it's because those games have like
Building plot.
plot and long segments, whereas if it was like something like an action game, it'd be like, oh okay, this is the final boss. Okay, but like, you know, we'll cut it off here or whatnot.
A lot of action games are more like, okay, yeah, you know everything from the beginning.
Yeah, you
It's
can
not a
like
mystery. You just have to make your way through all of these towers and obstacles to get to him.
yeah.
So you can be like, cool, like we're gonna
We'll
put
save that
this
for
off
next time.
because the boss might take an hour to fight, but like
Yeah.
it's fine.
Ace Attorney, the ending always sneaks up on us. But yes, we're going for resolve. Wait, okay, I'm gonna change this too. I have to change this too. Resolve. This makes it sound kind of crazy. I'm just gonna like space that out a little, and I'm gonna make it move a little slower. There we go. Resolve. Oh, word of the night. Man, what a powerful word. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Gory's just...
Think about cutting people up.
Is Gory just here? Oh man, and I continue to say, man, those straight cut across bangs and the eyeshadow just, oh, my weakness. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Mariah Gory. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
I'm wondering why she's got a different last name.
Yeah, why
Because
Did they bring that up? I don't think they brought it up.
Because Courtney Scythe already changed her last name to her husband's name. It came up in that other case. But
Why is the kid's name
the
Corey?
kid's name isn't matching the father's name, which is normally what it would do.
Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She just is here. I think she's actually a ghost.
She's ready to help.
You summon the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
I think you just made that up right now.
Yeah.
You didn't even send her an
Yeah,
information.
I'm pretty sure that's just a shut her up button. Bless you.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Ah, yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you are a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his assistance, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
My bad, so if this stuff doesn't keep me engaged, I'm going to sleep. Yeah, no worries, man. Take a nap, go to sleep if you gotta. that is entirely your chill. I know I'm going to be up, super up enjoying this, so, you know, visual novel's not your jam, man. I don't blame you. Get yourself some Z's.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You'll give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Yeah, that means you don't get to say anything maybes, even though, like, it's probably the truth.
Yeah. Be like, we found this in them. But it didn't seem like he swallowed it. Nope, that's a seam.
Yeah, that's a seam. We're not quite sure how this, like, gun ended up in his stomach with the, you know, with Genshin's fingerprints all over it. That we can't even check. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs. Oh no, she's not wearing the mask. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Can we see it?
Something dangerous and beautiful, eh?
Something dangerous and beautiful.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Osogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
Gregson would never betray me.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Seriously, what did he swallow?
What did he swallow?
If I may, my lord. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
So why was this one killed with a sword?
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I get to cross-examine.
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Da-na-na. As long as we don't get penalties for pressing, because that's when the game gets dicey. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
Oh, we got full life back. Whew.
Oh, we're fully healed. Thanks, game.
I couldn't say there was any indication the autopsy reports having been fabricated.
Oh, but you know what? Our life bar is visible now, so we can't.
So you can't press needlessly.
I kind of want to.
I would ask
check
why
gory.
the Western style sword was is connected to a Japanese man.
But this is the statement that has this conjecture. Let's try it.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct.
And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But, Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Oh,
One that goes
we know the caller. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Okay, so at least we didn't, like, just lose a life instantly.
Nothing questionable at all.
I want to press her, accept the thing in the belly. Yeah, that one.
It was just the beautiful but dangerous.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I'd understood that it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence.
Yeah,
It
but
remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
once a case is solved, they should be able to release stuff like that.
I mean, I don't know about that one. If it's, like, still evidence in case they bring it up again, I don't know. They're saying they got it under lock and key. Well, obviously they have it under lock and key because it's lies. But what if we have the ring in the sword?
Because usually things that aren't dangerous can be released.
Oh.
They're family possessions, aren't they?
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off.
So they think he bit it off?
Yeah, I guess they think he bit it off.
They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Thank you.
Thanks. Here it is. A bit dusty from the years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
It's been up his butthole this entire time. Mask? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Sogi's ring. Give me the court record. Give me the court record. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now. Claws protecting a jewel. Okay, let's look.
Can you take the jewel off? Is it a poison ring?
Is it a poison ring?
Or like can hold stuff in it ring? You know what I mean? The ones that open?
An assassin ring. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow. Now my finger's bleeding. These claws really are sharp.
My, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you.
What makes such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. That shit is sharp as fuck. Okay.
So there would likely be some sort of abrasion on the way down.
Oh yeah, like that shit is like...
all the way to his stomach.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Okay. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way. Okay.
No other signs of internal injury.
I think we just present the ring to this. Because it's like, dude, how?
I just touched this ring and cut myself.
And I fucking cut myself. How the fuck you gonna swallow this shit and be fine? Look how sharp it is. It's like eating glass.
Objection.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Do you think they were trying to attack Asogi with the dogs, and that's what the bites on the finger were?
Maybe. Wait, they would go for the ring?
Well, he was probably trying to fend them off.
Yeah.
But then the dog backs off when it gets...
When it bit the ring or something?
hurt from the ring.
Maybe. I mean, there is a chance that someone else was just doing that, and they're just like, we just also need Asogi dead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who bit a ring off his finger.
Oh, I mean, it might have just been ripped off by hand. I don't know. It might have been the dog.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
Touch this ring.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are these sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death.
Oh, we're not saying you
even
couldn't
more
get it
so,
down there.
I'm sure.
We just think it would have shown something.
He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there you've arrived. Yeah. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did, but I was an assistant.
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Stop being good at your job.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
Oh.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. Oh, I'm disappointed, Counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation.
You eat this shit then. If you can take a clean shit after eating this, I will walk into jail with a noose around my neck already. Just fucking put this shit down your throat right now. I will get you tea to wash it down. You let me know how that goes.
I mean, I would not give him the tea.
No,
Clint didn't have tea.
Yeah.
You're trying to say that it got down there with no help and no cuts.
I mean, tea's not gonna do fucking shit if you're eating that thing.
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so, and Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
Unless you go to jail.
We open up the dead to find the truth. We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Oh, right. I've got the mask off. I'm mixing it up. I'm getting too into reading. Dr. Gorey. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Oh, she hid shit in those bodies.
Yep.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you
When
before.
he saved me, he had the ring on
Another
the
memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep.
You're coming with us.
He still had it on.
Yeah, he still had it on.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
Bang.
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Oh, are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait,
They did
but...
steal the ring.
They did it to steal the ring.
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Oh, you can't prove that.
Conjecture.
Objection.
What are you objecting? That seems...
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved.
And that your dad would save him?
What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
You just had
Cosma,
to
fucking chill the fuck out.
As your revenge point for so long, you can't see it any
Yeah.
other way.
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at that moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Huh. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
Or a man who's like, I've been fucking had. This is all set up against me anyway. What the fuck am I supposed to do here?
Or we're saying
But
that
then-
he thought he's responsible for letting him down, type thing.
Yeah.
Oh my. That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived at many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing his trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Okay. Just, you're back into it. Get back into it, Kazuma.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
He did speak up. Show the sword!
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining his silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? Sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light.
He had to protect somebody.
I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
He never betrayed you.
Yeah.
Kazuma-sama's created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Sony papers?
Let's look at the papers. Maybe the Asogi papers. Is there anything else we have connected to them? I mean, I guess this.
Well, there's like the photo of young.
Yeah, it doesn't
have
tie.
Asogi in it,
Mm-hmm.
even though he was the one of the two people I trusted. But I think he has something to protect is a legitimate reason, and this acknowledges his son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go with this.
Take that!
This is defense. Oh no, that seems generic.
Yep.
It's not the papers. Okay, nobody really knew
Get the
that.
real Asogi papers.
Not the papers this time. Sorry.
Examine the sword now.
Can we examine the sword
It's
now?
got new hitboxes.
The sword? Maybe. Evidence, because if Kazuma-sama knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency.
For his stuff to get sent back. That's why I thought the Asogi papers.
Yeah, but getting his stuff sent back, well, I don't think that would be enough for this. Okay. I wonder if it was for Clint's sake. Or not for Van Zeke's sake. Judge Jigoku's office. Yeah, no. Great sword Kazuma.
My other guesses are the sword or the old photo.
The old photo, the photo of them young?
Van Zeke's, the two Van Zeke's together.
Mm-hmm.
Gregson. But I still think freaking Asogi papers are in the sword.
That!
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Try the... So that was the photo?
Cause yeah.
So what are you thinking? Because we did the photo. You think the sword?
Yeah. Those are my three guesses.
Okay. We will do your three guesses.
Nope.
That is unfortunate.
Your turn.
My turn? Alright. Let me see. Possession, autopsy. No. Look to see if there's even anything relating to Asogi at this point.
Maybe the photo of all of us. Jigoku got to go back even though he said outlandish things.
Oh yeah, Jigoku got to go back.
And Mikotoba got to go back. Everybody
Mhm.
got to go back unharmed and
Take that!
unsmirched.
And it was not them.
Reputations. I don't know. Luply says it could be the telegram.
The telegram. The telegram is after he's died, though. You know what I mean? Like that was... Although, that meant Wilson was gonna die. Cause it'd be like, if I stay silent, we get to friggin' kill Wilson later. That seems odd. Is it for the sword? No.
We already tried the sword.
Yeah, we tried the sword.
Yeah, I was just picking things that I could relate to Asogi, but really that's not the answer.
Man, I think we might die here.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Gregson. So we tried the Gregson photograph. Let's eliminate everything can't be. So it can't be Gregson's pod, can't be that. Commemorative photograph can't be that. We tried it. The Asogi papers can't be that. The Rexon trunk. I don't think it'd be that. Maybe the ring? Probably not. I mean, the ring was his. It was the only thing.
Yeah, like, we're running out of objects that were his, so...
Yeah. I mean, you know, we'll go for the ring. If we die, we die.
We'll get new life if we die.
Yep, okay, we died. Alright, let's go back.
We've wasted enough time.
Okay. So we're gonna mash through this. You died. Oh, and it's just like, damn, I can't believe you're the Reaper.
Even though there's nothing tying it to him.
Yeah, there's nothing tying it to him.
At this point, like, from all of the things we've discussed, he had alibis for all of it. Didn't kill Gregson.
Da-na-na. Try again. Alright, retry from the scene. Start of the current scene, yep. Okay, we're gonna give this another shot. Because I think he would want to protect, you know, like, his...
I feel like we just gotta read everything and examine everything again. Sometimes we find new things. Oh, that has Asogi's name in it when you just pass. What's this? Oh, I'm just thinking I read it.
No.
Jailbreak was conceived prior to the victims. What did that say?
All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding a bed for victim just prior to his execution. He'll still be investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Indications that jailbreak...
Conceived prior to their incarceration.
But would that be like a, hey, I'm gonna make a deal?
If it's before he's in jail, then he wasn't convicted yet.
Ah, here we go, here we go. Oh, because he's just like, I'm gonna get out anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, the telegram is like, I mean, that's like neat, but I mean, the telegram is involved with him, but that's like 10 years later. So, yeah. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Oh, yeah, that's because if he was sentenced to just stay in jail, then just like, he has no out.
Stuck there.
But if
he's
it's...
sentenced to death, then they have that closed coffin and things. People
he can get out.
But he got out.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
Like somebody who helps
Oh, man.
in the autopsy stuff, and somebody who helps.
Oh, what if Lord Strongheart is like, yo, if you accept this plea deal, I'll get you out of jail. And then that's why Lord Strongheart would know why Genshin's escaping, and that's why he could shoot it. Cause he'd just be like, hey man, listen, Zeke's, he's gonna fuck you up in there. But if you just take it, I'll get you out of the country, don't worry. And then just like, Genshin's just like, sweet, I'm free, bang. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that we'd be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk.
Order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy. We know what happened. We
Of
brought
course,
it up another trial.
because it's all intimately linked.
Yeah, the prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses?
That Drebber guy.
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Get Drebber back in here.
Yeah, get Drebber, get
The
like...
wax museum lady.
I would say get in, get Barman, yeah, get Jailman, because he knows about this stuff.
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
Time for biscuits and tea.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years?
Dude, he's still the governor.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
We brought him with us.
It wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
He's in the lobby.
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that?
Here, just outside the door.
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Yo, the boys continue to be back in town.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. Your promise that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Like, let me know how many names are on my kill.
Yeah, let me know how many
Bring
people
them
are.
all in here.
I'm putting
I
my-
will tie up all the ends.
There's a lot of loose ends I didn't realize I had.
Took care of the major ones.
Oh yeah, he took care of the major, like he took care of the ones that were like in his pocket.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
I, Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I saw jaunty little bits of No, your other persona, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Losh, a professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was not anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Guys, hold on there, laddie. I was just... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir.
Oh, stepping in line immediately to that.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, let's go.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay Prison 10 years ago.
Wow, he didn't even go with the, if you're, go outside the facts, I'm stopping you.
Oh, because that's implied now.
Caden's in his pocket. You don't have to say that stuff. Mikotobo you didn't trust.
Yeah, he didn't trust Mikotoba.
It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigilier and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
It's gonna be the Reaper.
I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nothing about that professor case that was not unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya.
Vigil did know what was going on. Vigil knew more. We gotta bug him.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here.
And yet,
Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
we can
Oh,
cross-examine.
100% I assert my right. Why would I ever not? Yes, I'd like to just give up and lose right now. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
I take
seemed-
pride in my job.
I take pride in my
I
job.
will do it every single time.
Press every statement.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
All right. All right, time to press him. Let's press him.
The Japanese jock was found guilty. Directive came from the prosecutor's office.
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All it can be sure of is that it was official.
But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me.
I cannot even say with certainty that it didn't originate from the prosecutor's office. I cannot even say.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who's behind it.
I just got the
You
thing
can't
with
be
the
serious.
government seal, and I was like, great.
Yeah, I just got my envelope with "do this,"
I
and
saw
I was like,
the
got it.
return address, but just because they were told to mail it doesn't mean they chose it.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
Likes of us on the ground, as it were, did I bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to Chief Warder Vigil here, and put the plan to action behind the scenes.
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all.
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Feels bad about that one.
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I have no first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved.
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe, as she'd know now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Except for the papers.
Except for the papers. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Huh.
Hideous treatment.
A fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Losh, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough.
Dude.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Dude, you ruined this man's life. Like, outright.
What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and prosecutor's office.
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Oh, so you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Yeah. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
What does this all mean?
Oh, Vigil. Vigil knows more.
No.
Vigil knows more. Vigil.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
Did you snap back to your 10-year-old years ago self?
Yeah, did you turn to 10 years ago? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit, with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was to always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Oh.
Yes, that's quite true.
Just go through with the killing.
Yeah, just go through the killing. Yeah, they could have just not kept the plot.
Yeah, they'd just be like, yeah, he agreed to it, and then he's gonna be like, haha, I'm gonna get out, and they go, Not
What are you
today,
talking?
guy.
They're like, what are you talking about? You're getting out. Yeah.
If whoever negotiated with the Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
What is it, man?
What is it?
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and the buddy at the top, it doesn't that quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Aye, go on then. It seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. I have nothing to bargain with.
Press it again, I guess.
I have nothing to bargain with.
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
Can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. That's right. So what I'm saying is, a convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
Yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asagi-san agreed to confess to the crimes, because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama would have engaged in such negotiations.
Perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
Sure is, Susan.
Yep. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay, so that's the statement we have to deal with, I'm sure. But what did he have? It's probably something to do with those papers Asogi wrote. I mean, that's all I can think of that's related. Because they said don't give him paper and don't give him a pen.
Yeah.
They said this is the only weapon that he's got. I mean, I'm gonna present it. Music stop. Yeah, there you go. Good call. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
He didn't
Very
trust
true.
himself.
There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Boss, fella could never possibly have had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now. Grrr. He's like, you fucking.
You are in so much more
You are.
trouble than I will ever be in.
He's like, I hate you so much. I do not even care. I will throw you under any bus now.
Yeah.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
All right then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Yeah?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jinx, what the blazing are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how could that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom.
Well, you did not do a proper job, eh, you pele wally galoot?
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you for it, did I not, you lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend,
The will is hidden in
that the
sword.
last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Yeah, they're hidden in the sword.
Been found.
They're in the sword. Oh my god, they gotta be in the sword. Can I check the sword, please? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board.
Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system.
Well, the entire British legal system seems to be doing its job.
Yeah,
The absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word.
It's because
The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
they're all manipulated by you.
yeah, they're
sir.
all manipulated by you. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. Well, and now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible lies?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw the night of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. All right. Oh. Here we go, witness testimony. I bet he's gonna say something that's gonna make Caden freak out. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. A document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? You wee waffinger.
Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it?
Wow.
You're going to give me a good shake again? Going to beat me up? Going to spank me and make me call you daddy? Is that what you want? Gah! He just grabs him right away.
Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan.
Except the ring.
As a courtesy to the homeland most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely.
Except the ring.
Except the ring. Except the ring!
Aye, you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your own man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
He didn't know his end was nigh.
Oh, he didn't know his end was nigh.
Agreed to let him out.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Here we go, let's go, let's go. Yes, my lord. Let's go. Let's do this. We're pressing everything. We're doing it. We're doing it. Every button, we're hitting it. Would that mean you conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
I'm sure we think he's probably
Yeah.
feels responsible for Clint's death.
Yeah, he feels responsible for Clint's death, yeah. Let's go.
But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
What was that something? And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
The only thing he was not allowed to have was paper.
Yeah, the only thing he was not allowed to have, it's because he knew something or he knew a name.
Yeah.
It's gotta be what it is.
Yes, that's right.
And like the bampot you are, you denied tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right.
So when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office,
Never left the prosecutor.
you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's
Sent there
curious.
So that you could say you found the papers he was writing on.
There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
Prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
That's us.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery then.
Well, the thing about that will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after execution, but to no avail.
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can I have disappeared completely," in my face.
His taunt shake.
Yeah, I love his taunt shake. Like, yeah, you're gonna fuck me up? You're gonna beat me up? You're gonna punch me in the face, huh? You gonna kick me around?
It's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, the blood-curdling article.
I heard a, realization noise. Or maybe I hallucinated that. Oh, okay, so it's just for the statement.
The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean?
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Isogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Isogi papers when a directive came telling me to unbound them.
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I did not ken afore, and I did not ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Isogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
A document was in the fold of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
They don't wear British style clothing when they were here. I find it strange that he had a kimono. Like all of the clips and the statue we saw.
He's in like a
he's
suit and
in a
stuff.
suit.
In Mr. Isogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books,
That kimono. His sword. He had the sword. It's in the sword. It's in the sword. It's in the sword. His sword? Karma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? Warriors carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. It could never hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper. No doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, that letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
What'd you see?
He must have wrote it in not Japanese.
He must have seen a single English thing. Yo, what if we see the name Selden? Because that was in the case, the second Soseki case. Because that was a cellmate, and that led us to the collar.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
Oh,
Mr. Vigil. Sir, it was scarlet, sir.
The ink?
The ink? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Oh. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Animamnesia. It's coming back to him.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
So that means it's not this document. There's only one character in Scarlet ink on this one. The signature. You lost it.
Oh, I just want to check something here. No, there's no scarlet writing on that.
Is it just the...
Yeah, just the seal
signature?
is... I'm gonna press this first.
Yeah.
Just to see. Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in his cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Oh, so this isn't the
Yeah.
papers he saw. He was writing in blood in his cell.
Yeah, I was writing in blood.
Witness, is that really what you saw?
What? Sir.
Because you don't have ink in your cell.
Yeah, you don't have ink. Maybe he didn't even have paper. He just wrote it on like his clothes or
I
something.
was
Like
gonna
just
say,
something.
you can use your hair as a brush, like tie them together.
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
He's realized what's going on.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo?
And he's like, oh, I need to make it not a fuss of it.
Otherwise, it's gonna draw attention to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, didn't I ever? You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of L's waistcoat.
The Reaper's coat?
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was.
That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need no waste further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add.
Will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once.
So something with scarlet. Testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really was present by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
Like, we don't have anything else written in red, do we?
Let's look through it all again, just in case. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again, see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna go to statement 6.
Yeah, let's look at the court record.
Looking at the court record. It was the wig.
It's red, but it didn't exist back then. I mean, a lot of things just have like an accent of red. That looks like maybe that stamp could be considered red. Same with the autopsy part. It looks like just the seal at the end is red.
Because he wouldn't have his ring back.
Because yeah, also when we look at any of the text, it just brings it up as regular text, right? Like the clipboards and the passport and everything is just written text.
Yeah. I mean... one sec, adjusting myself. Wait. Wait. What if you use the ring to start the blood to write? If the ring wasn't used as evidence, I would go for that too. But I'm looking at the...
Yeah, it would in theory have already been taken from him.
Yeah. By poking his finger. But it was his yeah, they gave back the possessions except for the ring. I mean, we can try the ring. But... Let's, you know what, let's interact with the sword. Just because we suspect so much in the sword. No. Because if I pick the ring, that feels like things are backwards.
Yeah, there's like open all the writing that we have.
Oh, anything with writing, yeah, just to see.
I said, I'm pretty sure most of them show just regular text, so you can read it.
I mean, we could just present the papers again, just be like, the sword could do the same thing. Okay. Because I mean, even mentioning that the papers were in red, flicked that off, and the sword could do the same thing, and he had that. Like, yeah, I don't doubt that he could have written something in blood.
Yeah, so
but it's
saying just present a weapon for how he wrote in red.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's go with the sword. Nope, not the sword. And we could try the ring again, just to get it out of the way. We have, you know, with this game is like, you know, the only punishment is you start the scene over again, which is not the worst. So we can go with the ring. Because I think if we present the papers and say that, because the argument between red and black is what's setting off Strongheart right now.
Yeah.
Let's give the ring a shot, just to... Okay, yeah, no, it's not the ring either. Okay, so we're gonna go with, I'm gonna go with the papers. And just be like, dude, these papers are written in black, what are you talking about?
Okay, what evidence do we have even that would theoretically have existed 10 years ago? That eliminates a lot of
Yeah, just what even...
record.
Yes.
That's
So-
how we're gonna start.
So we're gonna go with the will. The will themselves. Okay, yeah, so it's not the papers either. Okay, so let's see.
So yeah, start at the beginning of the court record. What existed?
What
It
exists 10
didn't
years?
exist.
Nope.
The Redhead League didn't
Nope.
exist.
Nope.
Didn't exist.
Nope.
Didn't exist.
Nope. Nope.
Does Mr. Soul notice didn't exist when he was there? It happened after.
Nope.
Okay.
Gun, no. No, no.
No.
No. No. No. No. No. No. No. No. Nope.
You already tried it.
Already tried.
No.
Nope. Clint, nope. Passport, no. No. The sword is the only thing
I think
around.
the autopsy report existed. That's Clint's one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they would have brought that to the trial?
Yeah. Existed, but would have been at the trial.
I mean, like I said, we're basically just going for what even existed at this point. Because you tried the ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tried the sword. You tried his papers.
Yes, we tried his papers.
I think that's the only other thing that we have that existed. Unless there's a investigate on one of these items that we've missed.
Mm-hmm.
Dismissal notice was after, so it wouldn't have existed yet. I think it's the only other thing in your pocket that
Is the autopsy report?
yeah, that's the only thing that existed. Everything else was made after the fact.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll submit it just for the sake of Clint's autopsy report.
I'm trying everything that. Wait. That's what he was saying. Oh, but it worked.
Wait, what? Scarlet color writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see.
Our autopsy
What?
reports written in red.
What? Our
They look
autopsy?
like they're written in black.
Yeah.
Except
Ah,
for the
Mars
stamp.
again. You have no evidence to say that. Okay, well, your process of elimination helped.
It's just a stamp. Well, that's what I was like. We have a ton of evidence in the court record, but like, not much existed 10 years ago.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yeah, and apparently it's relevant.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
We should have read it.
We should have read it. But I mean, hey, this
I
exists.
didn't remember that.
I mean, by
Open the
process of
court record
elimination.
again.
By process of elimination, it existed 10 years ago. So, yeah, good call. This is why you try everything. Even if you think it's silly, give it a shot. Because the game...
We're tired and we don't remember this.
Yeah, on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found.
So, Clint wrote something. in
Clint
red,
wrote something in red.
and he had it with him.
Ah, so it wasn't Asogi's thing. It was
So-
something from
so
Clint.
We're not saying that he had the autopsy report in him with the cell. We're
It's
saying
that
he
red
had
ink.
something that Clint wrote in his cell. Okay. Okay.
It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated.
Hey man, you told us nobody opens their windows and windows.
Yeah, nobody opens
a
the...
blanket statement that nobody keeps red ink on their fingers.
Yeah.
My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
I don't know. You
What is your point,
put some
counsel?
gloves, like your gloves on. Over top of it.
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
Yeah, I mean, he would clean.
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
Huh.
That seems significant.
But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was
Whatever he wrote.
The same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death?
Cool. I didn't expect
Then
that.
it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir, when you spotted Mr. Sogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right then. But what's on that paper?
A last will and testament.
A last will and testament.
Not his.
It's not his, it's Clint's. This will is the only weapon I have left now. It's because it's his leverage.
Yeah.
A last will and testament. Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know is completely changed.
Wait, why am I doing Cosmo's voice? I'm mixing up voices now, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, it's late.
Then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
He left something behind.
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
No. What?
I still think it's in the sword.
Oh, I 100% still think it's in the sword.
We don't care whose will it is. It's hidden in that freaking sword.
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers to be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will no one can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament of that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head.
But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. How difficult the situation might become.
This isn't your country.
You
can
work
ruin
with your
it.
client in pursuit of the truth. And that's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning,
Except
if
by
I'm not
ruining-
mistaken.
It's really fixing it.
It's by ruining. Oh,
He's like, it can't be true. It would mess up too much stuff. And I
It's
said,
like, well, I
not
mean,
your
it's fixing
country.
things.
You can ruin it. And I was like, except by ruin it, I mean fix it.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
man, there are these moments where Yonosuke knows way more than I do, and I'm just like, man, you seem really hype. I don't know what you're going on, but like,
Great, you make that connection. You tell us what it is.
You let us know what you're coming across, man.
You're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from the prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back.
I mean, we already said it was strong heart.
I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact a confession.
I was thinking that he might do it because Lord Van Zeeks said he was all about fixing things, and if it was this corrupt already, that Strongheart could do whatever the F he wanted.
Or if it was an accusation. Because if it's a confession, it's a, oh, you confess to it, we'll put you away. Right?
I mean, they wouldn't have hid it if it was.
Because I think an accusation is more damning, I guess. I mean, I think it's not a report.
Yeah, it's not a report.
It's not a report.
Screw a report.
Because, like, I think a confession is the weird thing to see.
Yeah. Okay, we gotta think about it from what Asogi said, because we trust Asogi and we don't trust others.
So Asogi's a last will and testament.
I was gonna say, what did he say in the cell though? That he was responsible for the death of a man?
Mm-hmm.
How did he word that one?
I think it was just I acknowledge that I'm responsible for the death of a man. And that's all we got for that one.
Because I was gonna say, would that help if that's what he's reading at the time? His perspective on that. I don't know. Do whichever one you want. You've got 2 life.
Yeah, we've got 2 life. We can do both. I'm thinking now if it was a confession of... But why would they lock him up if it was why would this be so controversial? So if it was a confession and strong, because it's something you don't want people to find.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm even wondering how he would have just given it to Genshin if he got killed. But like, he got killed by a Western sword, is always
Mm-hmm. I think maybe an accusation, and that's why he was writing it as a will, because he's just like, if I say this, then like I'm dead. I guess. Well, I mean, we've got 2 life.
Yeah, we can do them both.
Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation. Yes. Revealing the true identity of the professor.
Which would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document.
No, not him. No, in that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, if that were the case, the 2 men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together.
Then your whole argument falls down.
So it is a confession, yeah.
Can I object to the penalty too?
It's apparent that the defense's explanation has no real substance. This line of inquiry is dead.
Come on, Ryunosuke. I know you. You've seen to the heart of all this, haven't you?
Okay, take two, take two.
Because it's not a report. It's
Yeah.
It can't be a report.
Okay.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's not report. Okay. Okay, so it's confession. It's confession. I saw confession. I should have gone with my gut and picked it.
Because I was gonna say also the fact that the dogs never got used again. I feel like that would be a good thing to have in your pocket, just animal attacks for random killings.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession.
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council.
His heart can't take it.
What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits.
He cared so much about justice
He took it into his own hands.
that he was like, okay, people gotta stop being each other's pockets.
Mm-hmm.
Because he said himself that these deaths improved society.
Improved society, yeah. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Isogi at all.
What? No, you can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself.
Whoa. Van Zeeks isn't gonna like us now. We're gonna uncover the truth of his life, but he's gonna be pissed about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's...
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would...
Yeah. He's Akechi? I don't know about Akechi. I don't know about that, because Akechi was, Akechi was used to kill, like, random dudes, like, not for justice.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
Dude, just come back to Japan with us. They won't
Yeah.
know this there.
And also, Akechi was, like, pressured into doing stuff. This is something he did on his own. Possibly.
We don't know.
Oh, actually, maybe it was a confession. It was like, I did this under Lord Strongheart's orders. We'll see.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Lord Beric Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
I mean, it's hard to see the bad in people you idolize.
Order! Order in court!
Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
I don't believe this. And yeah, yo man, hunting dogs can get pretty insanely huge.
Yeah.
Like I've seen like I think they might be
I've seen
Russian
dogs larger
breeds.
than myself.
I think it might be a Russian breed, but there are dogs that are bred to hunt bears, and they are bigger than like an adult man.
Yeah.
Like they're insane. Like yeah, dogs can absolutely be used as a weapon.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung.
After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar?
That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar. Stolen by a thief. We know this. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. I was wondering when this was going to come up.
How could you?
Because we come across everything related to this case.
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
Yep.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
And had blood on it.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B for Balmung.
My, you know it.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then, the collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. Carry its course.
But it could have equally been from human prey.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zeek's really was the professor.
Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
Society's so fragile.
Yeah.
My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
He's gonna say conjecture.
Conjecture.
10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Ha. Ha.
Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner.
Because he knew people were getting out.
He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint.
The 19th century was
The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as of yet. But
So-
he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this, based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Maybe he killed Clint then to get the confession.
Yeah. Maybe he killed Clint, though.
So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome of the course. Lord Clint Van Zeek's perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
Yeah, they didn't know about it. It was like after.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
Yep.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire.
I mean, in Strongheart's point of view, not necessarily defense,
Yes.
professor killings are done. He also killed a guy.
Yeah.
Two birds, one stone.
Yeah.
So it's just like-
For sure.
It's...
That, I can totally see justified. Mm-hmm. Him being the Reaper of the Bailey after that.
That part is insane. Like, the like, going through and getting everyone else dead, like, that's wild.
That's not cool.
Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yeah, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop up to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary, Do I make myself clear, detective?
Ah, blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help?
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
You.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious?
Yep.
You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
You cared about his kid.
Yep.
You have a son, don't you? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention,
You can go back.
and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma.
Damn.
He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect his country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
Ka-chunk. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart?
See, that's what I mean. His stuff after that is basically being like, hey, the professor was onto something. I'm gonna keep killing people.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep it going.
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barock Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think
I
not.
think you don't know much about angels.
Yeah.
People think of angels as super, like, pretty and
Yeah, they're horrifying and scary.
kind of just God's army to fight at
Yeah.
the end of the world.
Yeah, they're soldiers.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that.
Scythe.
Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper and the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade.
Till you guys came back here.
That is everything.
No, who shot Asogi? Who shot Asogi, man?
What do you mean?
Genshin, when he got out of the out of the grave, yeah.
grave. I
My
think that's probably
lords.
himself.
What, Asogi shot himself?
No.
Yeah, okay.
Strongheart.
Yeah,
That's
Strongheart,
the
yeah.
video.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Thought he was gonna be like, I never actually
Strongheart
killed
did it?
anybody. Minions did it for me.
An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from all this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
No. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
And they're gonna be like, blame Shikoku for everything. The end.
Yeah.
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
He wasn't highly accomplished at the time.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor.
So he would unlikely be a mark.
No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do.
Nope.
Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the 3-page.
Yeah.
3-page. 3-page.
I have 2.
3-page.
Where's page number?
Where's page 3? The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it! Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Objection, objection, objection! There it is! Where's page 3? Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, you must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
Bro, you fucked up. You the classic. You said
page.
you said
were involved. You were kind of in the clear.
Yeah,
You just messed it up.
Lord Strongheart. Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's all good, it's all good. Reach a conclusion. Only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring. And the 3-page last will. Gotcha. Man, I was ready to just be like, man, is this just gonna be a sad ending? Are we just gonna call it there and just like, he gets away with it?
Well, he's gonna get the slap on the wrist.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal.
To you.
You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, may I ask you?
Where is it? Where is it? Boom! Easy. Yo, that one was free. This here's the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
You were like, let's just sort
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle I see.
or simply
A trifle.
Governor Caden.
What can I do for you, sir?
Yeah, you were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black weird like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have want any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me right now. With me here now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue.
My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to
It's
hear.
in Japanese.
Yes, sir. Only, I should point to it, my lord, that I cannot actually read Warem language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Oh, shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Of course he is.
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's greatest sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
Yes, yes, it's the sword. There's a secret in the sword handle.
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Father, what is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations.
It's the sword. It's sword time. We've been waiting for this for like fucking like a month.
Razor blade sharp known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
At last, we finally.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The details of the Asogi papers have been updated in the court record.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom.
Court record.
However,
Can we open it?
Can we do it now? Can we do it now? Can we do it now? Are we allowed?
Because obviously it's gonna have to happen in like a dramatic way.
Freaking
We're not allowed.
turn the head.
Oh! Ho ho ho!
Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck. Hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh,
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt.
Open that shit up!
It's written as Henja, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think...
Fucking do it! Fucking do it!
Thank you.
Oh!
Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Oh! Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death.
This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeeks. And the date. 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Clint Van Zeek's will has been entered into the court record. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks has been hidden inside the Great Sword Karuma for years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi.
Let's go read it.
Fucking read that shit right now. I can't read it. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to read it. Ah! Damn it. Oh, okay, fine. It's fine. We'll get to it.
In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
He wrote a very clear will that seemed very sane.
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
It wasn't.
Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
It's like everybody else is very enthralled in this.
We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart. What exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba. Were you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
Oh, sorry. Let me get right on that.
In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence.
Here's some evidence.
And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
That's not true.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Objection.
This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I?
Yes.
Yes, hell yeah, I can. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd.
We always have
There is
evidence
nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
that you know about.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How? How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Oh! Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right. It was. Only
Found it.
I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
What? Impossible. That can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Look at his face.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
And got him.
Oh, it was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma.
You never opened it, man.
Yeah, the ultimate weapon Genshin Isogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? What does it say?
Read it to the court.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Do it right now.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country.
As in you?
I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be
Court.
that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Boot!
Oh!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
He's already gonna say.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Grrr.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's on that will. A right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools.
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then.
No, for God's sake. No!
You know, it'd be hilarious.
What?
I just want to tell my brother how much
I love him. Yeah, like after all that.
Hope he can be a good prosecutor.
Like,
after
imagine-
my mistakes.
After that's the message? Oh my god. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly a merciful people. Oh shit, he's there. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace.
That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my greyhound. But though I am hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother.
Oh, so he got found out before Genshin.
Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast.
So he picked like the first one or two, and then the other ones were strong
Hearts. Yeah, Strong Hearts was just like, oh, we're doing this, like, we're locked in now.
There is no path back to the light, and be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Damn, that's a line. Holy fuck. Yo, he's like smiling at that. Holy shit.
So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you!
You can't prove that.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him!
Never gave you that pay?
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
What?
Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah!
Somebody else dug them
There
up
was an
first.
unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot!
Holy fuck. Damn, I thought it was just Strongheart.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
Dang. Only silence.
It's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Damn. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How
Creative.
dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has all been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
I hate this guy. Yo, dude, this guy is evil, yeah.
That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power, to make others do your bidding, nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Yo. Damn. Oh. Alright, what's his play gonna be? Well, well, well. Dear me, good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? These delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying... what are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing?
He's like, I've made a whole lot
I confess,
of friends.
it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing, which means I could be indicted for nothing. No? What?
Yeah.
It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Is it bunny ear time?
Oh, I think it might be bunny ear time. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know
That I could murder you.
that to fight those who dwell there require at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen?
They'll tear you to pieces in the street and split bits.
Listen, if you stop me, then everyone else is gonna go nuts. I'm holding this shit together right now, so you can't indict me. His hair is like looking more and more evil each frame. To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cut back to the lawless days of the last century.
Just make the queen take charge.
Why is his hair white? He's an old man. Some people have white hair.
Precisely as it was 100 years. Precisely
52 or something.
as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws.
Now 10 and 10 are criminals.
Now 10 and 10 are criminals. Because the good guys are also criminals.
And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
Oh no, he has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
Oh, they're cheering for him.
Ooh.
Oh no, where's Sholmes fit into us? We're gonna see in a bit, I'm
They're
sure.
gonna pull those bunny ears.
Are you hearing this?
I think
This is the will of the British judiciary.
maybe Sholmes has like an invention here that he sent in with Mikotoba.
That like people are like hearing
broadcast
stuff.
it to the public. And guess what? The public has larger numbers than the aristocracy does.
Oh, look at this asshole.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice.
Oh, fuck this guy. You know what? Just, I have a gun in my
I was gonna
pocket.
say, this is why Clint was like, cool, I just gotta kill them.
Yeah, you know what? I've got a gun. Fuck it. I'll go to jail. Fuck this guy.
But
I just
I
don't know what we
if
can
you
do.
would, though. Wouldn't we have some like, oh, the visiting student can't go to
Yeah.
jail?
Ryunosuke. It looks like this trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think.
Pull the ears!
There's really only one path left to open to me.
Use evidence!
What's the evidence we're gonna do?
The lucky charm.
The lucky
Not
charm?
in your evidence pocket? It is in your evidence pocket. Pull his ears!
Yeah, okay. Use evidence. We're gonna use the bunny.
Yes, as I know only all too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know anything will come of it, but
Celebrities are more powerful
if there was
than
ever a time for using this
aristocracy.
particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. It's the
Sherlock
wig!
Holmes can save your justice system.
Please be this.
My, yes. Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage. Don't you?
Yo. Wait. I gotta do it. Where is it? Where's it? It's time to bring out this arm. Oh, baby.
Absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave.
All right, here goes. Heave! Ah, wow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Tell me he's just right fucking behind me. Because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
Is he on the ceiling? He's a
Wait, did he just
hologram?
fucking... What? Did he just fucking phase in?
He's a hologram. You can still see
He's a
him.
hologram? Why does he have that? You know what? Fuck it. He's Sholmes. He can do that shit. It's Mr. Sholmes. Yo, look at this man fucking walk up. Hell yeah. Yo.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again. Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in
That's why
irons!
he's a hologram.
This
So you
is
can't.
this is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, what the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. Yeah, look at him go! Yo, my god! Yo, my god!
I love it.
Show's just fucking doing the Macarena over here.
Love it.
Oh my god. The new best animation of the game, everybody. Fucking, I can't believe that Enoch Drebber has been dethroned. But holy shit. This is the greatest fucking thing I've seen.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will.
Oh, it's really having trouble saving. I wonder why it's taking so long. Am I like full? Hold up a second. Let me.
Take a lot of pictures.
I took a lot of pictures. Oh, okay. Successfully saved. Okay. We're good. Okay, back to it. Oh my god, I'm fucking losing it at this. You guys have no idea, I'm fucking dying. This is so good.
Oh my god, Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
That's why they said they had preparations to work on.
Yeah, the prep, oh my god.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. Would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I was hanging out with the Queen. Let's see. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Yep, I think he is.
I think he is with the Queen. A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
Oh shit.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there?
Nah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Oh, Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of British Empire. What? What?
See, that's what I said. Oh, the whole government and legal system can't function. Abolish them, back to monarchy.
Yeah, let's just go back to monarchy. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order. Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Wow, like from the beginning.
From the get-go, Sholmes would be like, hey, Your Majesty, check this shit out. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph, you meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred, that's a win, that the reverse is also true. You don't mean? Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
Yeah, it's under her name. She gets to know.
Yep.
You. I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Vic just calls her Vicky casually.
She calls everybody nicknames.
Yeah, she calls everybody nicknames.
Iris, there you are.
Do we get to see their version
Oh
of
my God.
Victoria? Oh, no,
Oh,
she's got
maybe.
a message.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem.
She looks upset about
Yeah.
it.
Oh, smug Iris.
Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against this country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions the last 10 days is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal!
Dun, dun, dun.
Da-na-na.
So do you think they're actually at Buckingham Palace? Or do you think that's...
Oh, I mean, maybe it's a play.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Oh. Fucking die.
Guilty.
Oh man, y'all, imagine if all the flames just like went to him and just like just burst into flames. Oh, super guilty.
Broke the scales.
You've
oh,
broke the...
It's gonna
Oh shit.
stab. Nope.
Oh.
It's gonna fire. It's
Oh
really
god.
hot.
Oh, okay, wait.
gonna both.
Oh shit, yo. He dead.
Yep.
Oh.
It's coming for him.
Oh, oh, okay. Okay. That I was really expecting something a lot more
That's
morbid coming out of
dangerous
that.
to everybody in this room.
I mean, Jigoku slammed a desk and it floated into fucking space. So just some stuff happens. Oh, he's all fucked up now.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Courtroom
Dang.
is surprisingly not on
On fire. Yeah, the court's fine.
There's a lot of wood in this court.
Yeah. No, don't worry. It's fine. It's the opposite of that situation
Okay.
in the
Yeah.
IT crowd.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be?
There's more to his last will and testament.
What?
That was fantastic finale, EO. Whoa, we're not full done yet. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barok, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Ooh. Please forgive me for what I've done.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Oh. Oof. Clint.
Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine.
Everything's on time. He's always concerned.
Yeah,
about
everything's
that.
got to be perfectly on time.
And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Actual good ones.
Yeah.
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as...
You've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
Yay!
May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord,
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
Just a nice light tap.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo,
Yes, my lord.
on behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
the first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Thanks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Oh, I like the little hop from Susato. Yeah.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
This is brilliant. Yeah, I'm loving this. Thank you very much. Big bows from everyone.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
I just like this. Fucking phase out.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks, not guilty!
Yeah! I'm very tired. Time to sleep. Oh, man. Oh, fireworks, confetti. Oh, man.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Yes. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a post and whatnot. Oh, yeah, here we go. 4th November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Who's Iris'
Oh, we're getting there.
daddy?
Who's Iris's dad? We're going to get to that. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you.
I mean, the only person... I mean, Clint said he had a wife. Did he have a kid? Huh?
It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
Please hug, please hug.
It was really a very splendid show, that, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Is he smiling?
Oh, Van Zeeks. What joy it brings to see you grinning from ear to ear on this happy occasion of yours. Yep. Mr. Sato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
You're no longer the Reaper of the Bailey,
Yeah,
man.
you're not the Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh, well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at the very moment if he were here.
He's probably gonna come here and be like,
Kazuma.
yeah.
Yep. Oh man, Kazuma, your brilliant smiling face from ear to ear. Oh, I love it. Yep. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
No, we didn't. You just weren't the Reaper.
I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I
can offer no forgiveness. That said,
Let's not hate each other.
I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect.
He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Oh.
I think perhaps...
Oh, I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
Is it Iris?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent.
Oh, this is gonna be Iris.
kid.
It's gonna be Clint's kid, I think.
As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
So she's Van Zeek's niece.
Ha! My goodness! I swore to the man I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child.
But I'm not gonna be able to do that anymore.
But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
Like they didn't tell
What?
Jigoku.
What did you say? If something should happen to you,
Yeah, he didn't tell Jigoku.
tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
So we had the hope that he could get away.
He had the hope he could get away. But he's like,
But
I'm
tied things up in case.
he's like, I'm not fucking getting out of here. All that shit they fed me is bullshit.
All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Huh,
He already
right.
didn't trust
I see.
Seishiro.
Yeah, he already didn't trust Seishiro.
Very well, then. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Oh, the poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically,
The mother passed away. Yeah.
my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room and saw a single flower. Oh? There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye.
Baskervilles.
The Baskervilles. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top quality leather with...
Wait, is that the fucking trunk in their house?
Must be.
This is their table!
Oh my god. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean, the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't have Clint entrusted the child to my care in that
Because
case?
he couldn't confess to you.
I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Oh. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
And Sholmes adopted him.
I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Yeah, because you need permission to
Yeah.
take kids.
Oh, hey, you know what? That means there could have been. They could have been like sisters.
Because you
Oh,
wanted to
how
take
awful.
them.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume?
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. What just fell? Okay, something on my desk. I'll deal with that later.
Really, all it can be said is that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words,
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
bom bom bom.
That's right, Ayame. Or in English,
Iris.
Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch. Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
The little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows. Can you hear me? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong. Ow, yes, we can hear you. Does that mean he's like grabbing the other one's ass? He's like, he's just
Payback for how
it's
long
payback.
pulled on his ears.
Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
So they are sisters in a way, like an adoptive way. You can
Yeah.
say they're sisters. The sister energy is present.
But she's actually just
But
Iris Van Zee.
she's just Iris Van Zeeks. Oh shit, she's a noble.
Because she would have the father's last name.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures.
Lord Chief Injustice.
Bruno, Susie.
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What?
Oh, you like extra have to come now.
I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl.
You're her
Again.
uncle. You have to come.
No, really? Oh, cool.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ding dong. Ow!
Show
One
him
final
the-
pinch goodbye, was it? No, it wasn't even like a message. It's just like, my ass.
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Oh. Can we get a smile? Oh, nothing. Never. We will never get a smile from Van Zeeks. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Continue to be a prosecutor.
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Why?
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case.
Okay.
Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
You go to Germany to visit your friend?
Are you gonna go to Germany to visit your bro? I see.
Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself.
You're gonna present all
Now that you've
facts.
finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
And then take the punishment.
Yeah.
And then fight back harder.
Take the punishment, fight back harder.
I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. From you. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Bye, bro. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, he got jacked. He got buff. Huh?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. Da na 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 na. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Fourth November, 6:25 p.m. Shomza Suite. I'm home. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn it.
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right, I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
Looks, I assure you, will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikatoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe?
In his trunk.
Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his
On
cabin.
this case with you.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Sato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Sasato looking so happy in a very long time.
Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Time to fill me boots.
Where's the pheasant?
Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me copper's cobble and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reap ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
But you can start it
But you
again.
can start it again, Gina.
You can be there.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, he was. Yes, he was.
Mischievous smile.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh,
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him back and bring him in kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
She knows.
Eh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
No, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I've finally realised my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
Aww. Aww.
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Aww.
Oh, I think Mikotoba.
Yes, Sholmes.
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh?
You brought in a special
You brought in?
gift?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Oh, de familia. 4th November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo.
Naruhodo.
Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susano-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. With the subject, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
She was on the trace.
That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart literally stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. So that's why it was just like, oh fuck, you know too much, get back over here. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Irid had written, based on my notes from the time.
She would have researched stuff, but you weren't going to alone.
Yes, the Hound of the Baskerville. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. Oh, so it was just to cool that off. Okay. You know what? I didn't even think of this. Yeah. I invented that story of her having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan.
So he didn't pawn it, he mailed it
He
to
didn't
him?
pawn it, he mailed it to him. That's where it was. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail.
I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become.
Yep.
However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
It's like she realizes
Yeah.
is her real dad, but she'll be able to take it and
Yeah. And also because it's like, yeah, you know, if it was the, like, your father's dead ending, that's one thing. You could deal with that. But it's like the your father was big murder thing, you know, that's going to be a little tougher.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, recap! My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Sasato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Do we get one last goodbye with Sasato? That might be our last. Yeah, hey. Hi, Sasato. How you doing? Sasato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Yay, Susato. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
That was the beginning of the conversation. In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer?
Yes.
Are you
I'm
gonna
sorry.
choose us, or are you gonna stay with Kazuma?
I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite all right. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Sasato-san.
Ah, yes.
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
Oh, I wish I could say it, but I just can't. Ah, come on, anime. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Sato-san. Thank you. Aww. Coward! Say it! Say you want her to be with you forever. Boo. Damn it, Ryunosuke. Don't you believe in love?
She might show up.
Yeah, maybe. 7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside.
Stay. Come Susato for us.
Yeah. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Bruno?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. See you later, homies. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like the old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris. You do that. Sasato? Honk. Whoa!
Susato-san.
Voice acting.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Huh?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are
I'm your
you
best
doing
friend,
here?
dude.
I'm your
Think I
bro.
wouldn't come?
Do you really think
Yeah,
I'd
it's like,
miss
you're my bro.
best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so
Nope, I'm staying.
No, I'm a prosecutor, man.
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I tend to be just as formidable as the
Whoa,
Reaper
jeez, why are you getting
himself.
so aggressive all of a sudden? He's ready to fight.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Yeah, sure, whatever, man. Oh, you giving us the sword?
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Bro.
Karma?
Because he's got a prosecutor's sword now.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Yeah, you kind of lost your shit a little bit.
It's like you're a better caretaker for this soul.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take
Hell
it.
yeah, I'll take it. Give me that, buddy.
I will. I'll keep it by my side.
Yo, it's like I've got my bro with me.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
You're coming with us?
Are you coming with us? Are you coming with us?
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder.
Fuck yes. Yes, immediately. Super yes. 100% yes. 200% yes. What? What?
I mean, I would very
Yes,
much
100%.
like to
Jesus. Jesus, Naruto. For fuck's sake, Naruto. Get your shit together. Yes.
But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Be like,
Really?
I gotta go.
Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a
I like his little glide.
Just gone.
I like his fucking slide turnaround.
Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps
What?
I'd be
Oh my
a burden to
god,
him.
both of you. Both of you, for shame. Sasato and Naruto. Gosh dang it, anime.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Oh, you get the bro blessing.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Yes.
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly
What?
incompetent,
What do you mean, Sasato? You were carrying the team half the time.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board.
Oh.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Oh, get your asses on that boat.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
You got it, bro.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Why? We gotta do this. We gotta do this one time. Just to be cool, guys. We gotta be cool, guys. Cool, guys. Cool, guys. Sunrise, sunrise. Oh my god, we're gonna get to sunrise soon. Hell yeah. Bros, bros, bros.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. The day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Hell yeah, I can't wait for Ace Attorney Cross to come out now. Burning Justice.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
You did before,
As
man.
if I could.
Yeah, you did forget us before. Like, I mean, for like, yeah, for months.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
It's so funny. Like, it's just fun listening to the proper dubs.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your
You gotta
country.
house him.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan.
Haha,
one day.
I'm coming on this trip.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Yay.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Yay. Oh my goodness. Yo, oh man, yo, this stream's been going on for a while.
Fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start.
But I
of my
think
journey.
that's like a tradition for these Ace Attorney streams. For whatever reason,
Still.
visual novel streams, the ending is like
Meeting with the friends I've made
fucking 8-hour-long streams.
and when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna be credit sequence.
The ship, with our friends from east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh, I like that it's her writing now.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection? Hell yeah.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Yeah! Title card drop! Music time. I think that's gonna be credits. All right. Oh my goodness, everybody. Yo, who survived? I see Mina. You made it to this. You made it to hour 7. Oh my god, there's more.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remotes and but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. What of the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
We did it, yo, Luke Lee, you're here too, yo, man. Oh, and you were worried you were gonna pass out and go to bed, man. Not with this story on the line.
Okay, I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that it might make him cry too, so we'd rather not use it.
Okay, yo, these ending sequence ones are like quick, so I gotta be quick on this ones. Oh my god, who are we gonna see?
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wore your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Oh. Yeah, I know everyone wants to sleep now, but we're not done.
It's never done.
It is never done. Oh, Toby.
The boss left a note for me now, and I can read every letter now. A to Z, the whole lot. It's clear to load his stuff up. This boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners.
Oh god, okay, my like high-pitched voice is like shot right now.
I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Oh yeah, there we go. Toby in the chat. Oh, yeah, I must commend your guys' stamina for also being with us on this.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fella you think I am. You might be a diver at art, but it's a good art. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say.
I need that face. That's gonna be a new emote right there. The fucking Gregson. That's going into the Discord. For sure.
Oh my god.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entrance into the office.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that was too fast.
Objection! A bleak overstatement. Overruled. The minister's been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this cattish counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My friend Sasato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
Oh my god. Yo, Rip Gregson, man. I mean, he was doing what he thought was right, even if it was like, you know, fucked up. And yo, look at the Japan squad. Hell yeah. Oh god, these are gonna get trickier and trickier.
Oh, she gets to have visitors now.
She gets a visitor.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
Has to tell her own daughter not to cut her up.
No, and I'm glad.
Oh, please show me the witch. Show me the madame. Put her back on the Madame Tuspel, put her back on the screen, please. I need to see her. I need to see the lady one more time. Oh,
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled.
But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Berk, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
That guy's voice was a fun one to do. I'm sure I butchered the accent, but that one was a fun one. Oh god, this is like a boss rush of all the yeah.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing we two spells would not do.
Shh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Best. I love her design. It's so sick. No. Everyone calls me gossip. I saw jaunty little tidbits that passes by, you know. Oh, everyone calls me a pepino, and I sell the spaghetti. It's more red than my hair.
Hey, everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
Look at this goon squad. Now, these guys or the Skulkin brothers? You like the Skulkins more? The Skulkins are goofy.
Oh, dance.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. The Skulkins had to pose and dance.
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care.
Yeah, thanks, bro. He's my bro. My Aniki. He's my guy. Oh, ship crew, guys.
Is it gonna be beef and chicken?
Or I don't. Oh,
I've made some tea, Naruto-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
My heart. It can only take so much sweetness.
oh, she's got more? I thought it was over. Oh, no. What's this? What's this? Oh, gang photo. With the Dharma's eyes both filled in. Oh, yep. Oh, wrong button. Do you want to skip this? Fuck no, I want to skip this. Do you want to skip this? No. No, I'm pressing the... I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired right now, I'm sorry. But we are seeing this through to the end. Oh my god. Oh, and Waguhai is there. Oh, man.
It was gonna end like an hour ago.
Oh yeah, man. And you thought it was gonna end now? Nah, man. We still got one walking sequence. And by walking sequence, I mean our goodbyes to everyone. Because holy F. It's been a oh, Ryutaro! Oh man, it's cool to see you again.
Oh, our cousin.
It's our cousin. See, it's never over. It's never over.
Oh, it's Many Memo. It's the Many Memo way.
That asshole.
Beach Hosonaga?
Yeah, Beach Hosonaga and Soseki. Oh. Fabulous, freaky, fun man. He was good. I like Soseki. I like Soseki more that we've seen him, you know, like more than once. And Sasato. But yes, oh my god, this game has been quite a journey. And I think it's like 31 pieces of like 2 hours minimum. So this endeavor has been like 60 to possibly 80 hours. Oh, that asshole. Oh, lo, forsooth. It couldn't have been me who did it.
The B clan?
Yeah, the B. Yo, B gang. Oh, man. You know, Saseki 1.0. You know what character I was reminded of before, too?
What?
I'm sure I forgot something. I can't remember what, though. But I wouldn't just leave you wouldn't just leave a scalpel in there, would I? Oh, yeah.
We don't seem to be passing the jurors, so.
Hell yeah. Fucking Drebber. Coolest moves. Second coolest moves in the game. Damn, 2 spell. Man, this game, like... fuck Wolverine, Butcher. This game's characterization is just so fantastic, and that's what I really love this series for. The story.
Beppo.
Oh, that fucking asshole Beppo. I like that he fully goes into that sign. That's amazing. And I enjoy that Daily Vigil is there twice. Oh, it's the governor of the prison. I love that fucking comb animation, man. Like, that's cool. I hope to emanate that kind of energy. Like, just the, like, whoosh, fix hair. Yeah. But yeah, what a colorful cast. The story spanning both games. Oh my F. That was solid. Oh, Rip Greggs. He's doing his duty for Scotland Yard. Yo, Dance and Mikata. Oh, dance time. Hell fucking yeah. Look at him go. No, Jigoku, we thought you were cool, and then we realized that you were also an evil man. Okay, that pose was kind of funny though. You got me there. Fuck that guy. But you know what? He made a proper final boss. He's clapping the slow sarcastic clap. And yeah, the story overall, I like that everything was tied together. And I think this is the first time I've played an Ace Attorney game where every single case had something to do with the big thing at the end, which is crazy. Like, I feel like in the first trilogy it was usually first and last, or like first and then like a couple of them.
Or you might accumulate a character.
You might accumulate a character or two, right? But like this one is just an overarching story. It's super amazing. I hope if you guys liked it that you share this story with other people, get other people to play it, maybe get people to watch the VODs. I don't know if you think that they'll enjoy it that way more. You know, a little bit of self-promotion there. But yeah, this one's really wicked, and it really inspired me to go play. I really do want to play the first 3 again. However, I think I'm going to preemptively say that this is going to be it. So I'm going to say my thanks for watching here. We're at the Japan court. Oh, last screen. Aww. The Naruhodo. Oh. Kiss. Kiss. Aw, they won't get. They never. Damn it, anime. You cowards. Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Finn. Oh my god. That was good. That was super worth it. It's fucking 4 in the goddamn morning right now. Holy shit. But I'm like, oh! Oh!
Thanks for the streams.
Oh, hey! With bits to finish it off. Hell yeah. Oh, that money is going to be directly deposited to Gacha Games. Thank you so much, Mina. And thanks for being here. Mina and Luke Lee, I'm glad you guys like stuck it out for this one. Okay. It was a good one. Okay. We can now go special contents. Okay. Those of you hanging out, super pumped. We can now go to gallery and not be scared of things. Oh, we can look at all the concept arts of everything. I'm going through them quickly unless something super catches my attention. I'm pretty sure CaptnmcD's gonna go pass out. Oh, look at that doodle though. Look at the little iris. It's adorable. With the bunnies. Yeah, okay, CaptnmcD's gonna go pass out. Night, honey. I'm quickly going through these. Oh man, there's a version where Kazuma could have been a nerd? Damn. Baroque Van Zeeks. What did OG does? Oh, whoa, there's a design where he would have been blonde. That's funky. And more Sephiroth-like. Miscellany. I love the different hairstyles for Ouchie. That's fun. Jigoku, these extras. Oh my god, lots of extras. Yeah, wow, this is wicked. All the concept art, Moon Man and Sunwife. Oh, this disgusting couple. Rolly and Pat Bede, Gregson Lestrade. Oh, fucking Eggs Benny. That guy, that jackass. Oh, commemorative photos. Oh, these look all good. Spoiler alert. Oh, yo, these are story spoilers in this downloadable content. It's recommended you finish both before proceeding. Oh, shit. We can look at this stuff now. You know what? I'm glad that that they give you the spoiler warning. That's amazing. I also really like that art of, wait, can I? Oh my god, okay, there's text on there too. Okay, whoa, this is like another entire stream or something. I don't know if I'm gonna have a go through of all this on stream. This might be a me time thing. And it might be if you like this, you get to enjoy the game. You go buy the game if you like this kind of stuff. Because I would love to support this. I would love more Ace Attorney stuff. Toby! Hairbrain Asman. Yeah, these are all awesome. Oh my goodness. Thanks for playing. Oh. Thank you so much for reading to the very end. You know what? We're leaving it on this screen. Oh my god, I'm so tired. But also, I'm so this was just such a good game, and I really liked it. And I've said that like 50 times in the past like half hour. And like, I'm sure you guys are ready to go to bed. And like, I'm gonna let you free now. I'm gonna say thanks for watching. Tomorrow, I'm actually free, so I might stream, but I'm not 100% sure. I might play some Tales of Arise or something. As for what game is replacing this, if you remember, you remember. If you don't remember, ooh, you'll see next weekend. It's gonna be more Capcom, so that's true. So I hope you guys are looking forward to a new game to join the rotation, and I hope it's a game you guys enjoy. I think it'll be fun. Otherwise, holy fuck, you guys are troopers for hanging out with me for 7.5 hours. Take it easy. You guys are great. And have a good night. Peace out, y'all.